It's an old family red-nosed and American Staffordshire blend. Bulldogs everywhere, here and across seas, and most especially to my conglomerati comrades who know and understand why we keep the heat. It's your very own keeper of the flame, truly humbled student of the game, Ray Imperial, back with another page from the Imperial Diaries. Now, for those who may be new here, let me first say welcome. This channel is where I document the growth and development of my dogs. I run a specialized line of red-nosed pit bulls, commonly called the Camelot bloodline. Predominantly bred for hunting large aggressive game like wild boar, the Camelot line is an old family red-nosed and American Staffordshire blend. It has produced powerful, rugged dogs with steel in their soul, fire in their eyes, and bear traps for jaws. I began this channel as a video journal of my work with these dogs, so I thank you for joining me during these moments of instructive observation and insightful reflections. All right, peace to the YouTube fam, peace to the YouTube fam. Peace to all my bulldoggers in the building. And of course, peace and blessings to my conglomerati comrades. What's good? What's good? But as you guys can see, man, there are so many fresh tracks out here. All right, enough of that. 1 second here. I want to put this in the chat right quick. Let the peoples know what we doing tonight. But what's good? What's good? Who in the building, man? What we doing, y'all? Who is in the building, man? All right. What's good? Bank statement. Salute, bro. What's good? Rhodes Kennel in the building. Bando for life. What's good, y'all? We got the right dudes in the building to address this question tonight, man. We got the right dudes in the building to address this question tonight. And y'all know how I do this, man. Y'all know how I do this. I'm going to put it in the chat. All right. I'm going to put it right in the chat. Hold on. All right, there it is. So if you're looking at hop in. You know how we do it. Ain't no big eyes and little U's, man. Open this thing up, B. Ain't no big eyes. Ain't no little U's. The only big eye is an Imperial, baby. You know what I mean? That's the only big eye, man. So we're going to remove this joint right here. Let's break this down. I want this back here. All right, there you go. We're going to actually take this out. Remove that from the studio if I want it back in. Know how to get it back in. Okay. Rebels Gaming. What's good? What's good? Okay, thank you. Definitely appreciate that. Rhodes Kennel's in the building. What's good with you? Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me set this up, man. Give me 1 second, Rhodes. I got you. I see you, bro. Give me 1 second. Let me just get this thing together here. Part of what I'm going to be chopping it up about. All right, so we just gonna let this joint right here rock. Peace and blessings to the YouTube fam. All the bulldoggers everywhere. Hold on, give me a minute. Let me stop this joint. All right. Okay, bro, you in the building. You in the building.
I'm right here, brother. How's it going?
Salute. Good with you, bro.
Nothing much right here, just chilling back, man. You hit the notifications, man. So all I gotta do is come through and support, man.
That's what's up, man. So tonight we chopping it up a little bit about the whole subject of breeding, man. You know what I mean? And what it takes to really put quality pups on the ground, right? We talking about not just slapping any two dogs together, man, but breeding with a purpose, right?
Yes,
and
sir.
So the question really is, what does it take to put a good breeding on the ground? I mean, is breeding art? Is it a science? Is it or is it just nature? How you feel about that, bro?
First thing first, I can say it's part of nature. So if a dog can't reproduce naturally, the dog shouldn't be reproducing at all. Second thing is,
so that's one of the things that goes in your criteria for breeding.
That's one thing that goes into it. Another thing I can say is, us as dog men, it's an art that we can perfect as a craft. You know what I'm saying? It's something that we take seriously, and we really practice. We practice the right breeding practices. We're not just slapping two dogs together. Like you said, we take the right dogs for their traits, their performance, and the attributes that they're bringing to the table. I can also say it could be a science to it, because you're working with different genetics. What genetics is that dog bringing forth and showing more often in its offspring?
So you feel like it's really all three? It's not like one versus the other.
Yeah, it's not really one versus the other, because they all play together.
So now let me ask you this, right?
Yes, sir.
Starting from the natural part, right? You got a female in heat, you got a male who seems compatible, you like the traits, characteristics, you want to line these two dogs up, right?
Yes, sir.
At what point, right, does it become more than nature? Does it go beyond science of genetics, right, and become an art? Like, what does it take to get breeding to the level of an art?
Let's say you've been doing it for about 8 years now. You're culling certain dogs out of your program that you don't see fit as breeding material.
Okay.
Now, the dogs that you do see fit as breeding material, you're working off of their genetics, and you're working with dogs that come off of those dogs. You're not going anywhere in between. From my point of view, every single dog that I have owned, I did a natural tie, and I did natural births. I haven't, not one time have I had it done an artificial insemination or a C-section. I have never did a progesterone. I don't know if I'm saying this word right or wrong. Progesterone test.
Progesterone.
I have never did that ever. Okay. Like, from what I learned from my pops with the dogs, he always left the two dogs together. You know what I'm saying? And let them do their thing. He'd watch them tie either about 3-4 times, and then he'd separate them, and then let the female do her thing, and wait for that female about 62 to 63 days, watching that female, paying attention to her until she comes into labor. And that's from what my perspective on it is. Like, I come from the game dog area. I deal with band dogs, so I pretty much use the same methods with my dogs. Like I don't differentiate from it.
So now, like I was browsing the other day, right? And I'm gonna actually drop a video about this a little bit later. It's not complete yet, but sometimes, like when we go to breed, right?
Yes.
And we are saying like, I like this dog, I like that dog. I want to put them together. But then something comes along and you see something that you like more than what you have on hand. As a breeder, right? Really trying to perfect your craft. Do you bypass what's in your own yard to go in somebody else's yard and maybe pay a stud fee or try to collab with them, split a litter or whatever the case may be in order to get your thing done?
From once again, from my perspective, if I have a stud in my yard and I like how my stud performs and what he's bringing to the table, if I like how my stud's performing and what he's bringing to the table, I'm gonna go ahead and rock with my stud before I try to go with somebody else's stud in their yard that I don't know nothing about. Like if I liked that dog more than my dog that much, I would have to see how that dog, how he interacts. You know what I'm saying? How he performs. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't really just like go off of how the dog look, because the dog might look good, but he might not be able to do anything.
I mean, assuming you know the pedigree, right? Assuming you know about the dog, right?
Yeah,
you get some information that this dog lines up better with what your end goal is, right?
Yeah, it gotta be able to
breeding for more powerful dogs, right?
Yes, sir.
And you found a dog, man, that was just naturally more powerful even than your dog, right? And so he would make a better fit for the program, temperament wise. So do you bypass your own stud and go ahead and get that other dog, or do you just stick with what's in your yard and work your program?
See what I'm doing with my program. Let me explain it to you. We're about 4 generations in. I'm working on my 5th generation. I've been breeding since 2015. So I'm chasing the female that I'm using right now. She's a clone of the mother of the dogs. I have her brother, her little mate brother. He took more to the massive traits. You've seen him before. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to take a female off my male sister and take that back to my male so I can get the same genetics as their mother. If you feel what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So
Absolutely.
I'm trying to get the same structure.
Hank in the building. What's good with you, bro?
What's happening, bank statement?
What's going down, players? What's going down?
Salute.
I'm trying to get the same structure. I'm trying to get the same drive that their mother carried. Just the overall package that their mother brought to the table. That's what I'm chasing.
Okay. So, Bank, the question on the floor, bro, is the whole subject, the whole concept of breeding. Is it an art? Is it something only a few really have the knack to do? Is it a science? Is it something that follows a particular formula that anybody can follow and succeed at? Or is it nature? Is it just a crapshoot? And we all, we throw a hat in the ring and nature, spits something back at us. How you feel about that, bro?
Well, I look at it a couple different ways on that one. Nature, I do believe some dogs are just studs. You know what I'm saying? Some dogs is gonna throw that dog. You know what I'm saying? But I believe it's an art, man. It's an art, and I believe you got to have a certain eye. Other words, you just shooting in the dark, and you may throw something good, you may not. You know what I'm saying? But if you got that eye for breeding, I think, you know what I'm saying, you got a litter of 6. 4 out of 6 is looking right, then you got that eye for it. You know what I'm saying?
Nice. Okay. So you have a certain criteria for what you're looking for from your litters. For you looking for you looking for at least 2/3 of that litter to turn out you know what I mean, according to what you expected, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like when I'm conducting a breeding, it's like a vision. Like I envision the puppies at 6 months. I envision them at a year and a half, and I kind of want to know like what they, you know what I'm saying? Like I got a look, I got an attitude that I'm going for, you know what I'm saying? And they should resemble that because before I put that breeding in, I knew what the parents was doing and I had an idea what the grandparents was looking like. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're doing a breeding that's for the art, you know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna kind of have a, you know, something you're gonna have something invested in. Like, man, I want to create this is why I'm putting this breeding together. That's how I feel, you know.
Got you. So, and I had asked Rhodes this, like, when you really, you know, you're looking at your situation, you like what you got on your yard. Things seem to be lining up. At what point does it become the art of breeding? When you actually, when does the art kick in? You understand what I'm saying? Like any dude with two dogs can make a breeding, right? Or have the dogs mate.
Yes,
At
sir.
what level of this game, man, what are the things that go into making breeding an art?
I think just the passion, man. You know, like you get that puppy, right? Like say you get that male and you watching him, you know, you messing with him every day, you feeding him, he growing. You know what I'm saying? That's the art. Like you're looking at him, you like, man, he's something special. He's something special. And then you got this female and you like, cool, I'm on to something right here. If I was to do this, I could probably throw, you know what I'm saying? Like you start to envision things. It becomes an
Right,
art the
right.
moment you get the dogs, the selection of dogs you make. It's the art. It's you painting your Picasso. You know what I'm saying? Like you just
Absolutely.
threw the first dab on the canvas and was like, okay, this could be something. Now sometimes you got to
Right.
scratch that canvas, toss it away, start a new one. You know what I'm saying? But the art is in picking the dog and the passion for what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
So for you, breeding is an art first and foremost.
Hands down, you know what I'm saying? Like I've been doing it too long, like from before the big leagues. Like consider with these papers, street
Right,
breeding. It was
right.
it was it was a passion to like, man, I like that dog, but I want to create that dog. I don't want to buy that dog. I want to create that dog. You know what I'm saying? Something better than that dog. Something, you know, you pushing for something, you know, you resetting the bar. You resetting the bar every time, you know?
Exactly.
Can
Exactly.
I show
Oh,
you
go
guys
ahead, bro.
something to go? Can I show you guys something to go along with what I was actually saying to y'all? Come here, man. This is what I'm trying to produce. Consistent. This look.
Hold on. Let me do something right quick for you, bro. Give me 1 second. All right, wait a minute. All right, so tell us about the dog. What's the stats on the dog?
This is my girl Daytona. I produced this dog. This is the birthday sister to my male Chaos. She comes off my bitch Katana, and her daddy name is Zeus. This is what I'm trying to throw a consistent look of these dogs. I want my dogs to be mainly just like this every single time.
How tall is she?
She's 19 inches with a 21-inch head.
And how much she weigh?
I give or take, she's about 95 pounds. Bro.
About how much?
I give or take, she's about 95 pounds, nothing more.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my pride and joy right here. Like,
How old is she now?
2 years old.
Okay. Good looking girl.
I appreciate it, brother. She's a
What is she? Blue brindle?
blue brindle.
Okay. I had a
Yes,
blue brindle back in the day.
yes, sir. This is her littermate brother right here. You seen this boy up before? Come here, boy.
I still got daylight in Cali, boy. I'm jealous as a mug, boy.
Come here. What's up, big boy?
Okay.
Yeah, this her littermate brother right here.
What's
Man,
happening, fellas?
what's with you, bro?
What's good?
What happened to you, Rose? Where you go, bro?
What it do, Bando?
How you doing, man?
Man, just
Bando, what's good, bro?
Man, I seen that you guys was on. What happened
Yeah, man, we in here,
I
Yeah,
bro.
seen
my
little
shit.
man flossing his little dogs and shit.
Come
Just
on.
wanted to stop by, say what's up, maybe, shit. Then we park it real quick, smoke one, drink one with you. Hear what
That's
you
what's
guys got
up,
to
bro.
say.
You know that's what we do around here. The bong stay on deck.
Oh yeah, indeed.
I'm ready, babe.
But Rose, I want to thank you for bringing that out for us, man. Because basically, Bando, what we doing, bro, is we trying to get at the nuts and bolts of breeding, right? Is this thing an art? Is it a science, or is it just nature, right? Now, you started with two different breeds, or you started with a breed, and
I'm
you
still
started with
starting.
a pit bull.
I'm still starting, but I got you.
Right, you started with a pit bull, and you started with a mastiff pit mix, right? Like a band dog. So
Right.
now, when you were envisioning what it is that you trying to accomplish, what was going through your mind? You got the bando dog, you got Aki. Tell me about that process. What was going through your mind? Do you feel like you was chasing the art? Do you feel like you was more doing it scientific minded, or was you just letting nature take its course?
Well, damn, that's a good. I like that question. That's a good question right there. I think, well, all due respect, first things first is all nature. Cause you leave five male dogs, 5 females, nature's gonna take its course and they're gonna make some of them. But me, I felt like, what was your question again? Tell me again.
Basically, is breeding an art? Is it a science, or is it all nature? Is it nature's crapshoot, and we just kind of at the whims of nature?
No, it's nature. But when you breed,
scientific formula that we can follow and succeed every time, or
I
is
think
it an art? That
breeding is
have a
nature. Breeding is nature. But when you have these kind of dogs that come out, and it's like back to back to back, it's like you're perfecting your art. Your art. You feel me? Once you perfect your art, once you perfect breeding and doing this thing, then it's like an art. It's an art.
Okay. All right.
You feel me? Because your shit gonna work, and when it's working and you see your shit working, it's like, yeah, it's an art. Picasso in this bitch.
There you go. See, now that's the term that bank just used. You know what I mean? Bank was like, yeah, you putting your Picasso down. So yeah, we on the same page.
See, we somewhat like-minded. That's why I fuck with bank.
This is the thing,
you
right?
already know, Bando.
Because we got these dogs, right? And
Hey, not to cut you off, Ray. Let me just, I'm proud right now. I'm like, I'm soon to be another. I'm gonna be a proud father once again. I got
congratulations, man.
Yeah. But
congratulations.
Thank you. But my little 13-month-old puppy that I produced, as a matter of fact, Ruby's litter mate sister, right? I sold a pup to an individual in Oceanside, and he has like livestock, pigs and shit of that nature. And I guess a pig got
a little farm going.
Yeah, he doing his one too. But anyway, I guess one of his pigs got loose and it ran across Duchess, which is Ruby's litter mate sister. And Duchess snatched that pig up by his ear and did his shit. It's on my Instagram. So you have an Instagram, go check out that video, man. It's self-explanatory what I'm making, my boy.
That's dope.
Absolutely. I
felt like a proud father. You feel me? Like, oh, that's my baby. Look at my shit.
So now, do you feel with that breeding, man, that you were at the nature stage, the science stage, or at the art stage?
A little bit of both.
Hold on, you got 3 now. Was it just
A little
nature?
bit of
Let
both.
nature take its course,
Well,
or you was at?
you gotta let nature take its course to even have a breeding.
If I
First
remember
things first.
correctly, you said you was gonna have Mozzie go to, I think, Hitler. Was it Hitler? You was gonna take
Yeah,
Mozzie
you know
to, and
what?
Peabody snuck him some.
Oh, that was Peabody. Peabody snuck him some. But really,
Yeah.
I'm kind of cool right now with doing.
So that was more like the nature part of it then.
He dropped out.
Yeah, we lost the brother.
Well, shit, I'm let me watch these shorties up real quick. They better get a bath time real quick. I'm gonna jump back on if y'all still on, brothers.
Absolutely. Come on, bro.
You already know. I'm gonna jump back in. Salute.
My bad.
Right, here we go.
My bad.
You
My
all right?
bad.
You all right? Go ahead, bro.
All right. What was your question again?
So, like with the whole Mozzie situation, right? Originally, your vision was for that dog to go to
Aki's frame.
To where?
Oh, what you say?
So when Mozzie got bred, right, and that produced the Ruby dog, Mozzie was originally supposed to go to Hitler. Was your plan, right?
Yep. But
Peabody
snuck him
in
some.
there.
He snuck him some. Sneaky
So that
motherfucker.
was nature, right? That was nature. That was really nature. Just like you understand what I'm saying? Because that wasn't the planned part of it.
That wasn't the art of it.
Now, when you picked Ruby as your keeper, was that was that science or art? Let's
that
put
was
it
an
down.
accident. I had a little episode with Ruby where basically she wasn't acting right. I had switched bedding with her, and once I had switched bedding with her, she had 2 seizures back to back.
What?
And I told the buyer, I said, look, man, I showed a video of Ruby at a young age. I said, look, your dog is not acting right, bro, and I don't feel right and letting you buy me selling you this dog, and it's not acting up to par. But what I will do, I'll give you your money back, or you could choose another puppy from out the litter. And he chose the one I was going to keep. And I just wind up keeping Ruby.
Okay.
So it kind of worked out for both of us, but hey, you know, it is what it is. I just get the self-gratitude however it goes. You feel me?
Real shit. Because at the end of the day, it's for the love, man.
It's all for the love, man. Hey, and you know what? My dogs are versatile, man. I see my dogs kicking it within a house, within a family setting. I see my dogs outside on chains doing what they're supposed to do. I see my dogs doing all types of scenarios, man. And they're doing it at an advanced level at a very young age, man. You got to understand, these dogs is only 13 months, man.
Uh-huh.
You know, they're snatching shit up. I'm seeing Ruby flaring up. I'm seeing that. I'm seeing a lot of different I'm seeing them feel themselves. And what I'm trying to get at, man, is that we cannot let the dogs' work override their age. Their age has a lot to do with it. A 13-month-old puppy can't even get a full, strong grip when they bite down on something. These still puppies. But what I'm saying is when you see the prey drive and everything, and it's like, what's that word? It's confirmation on my end where, yeah, my rabbit test does make sense. Yeah, all the shit that when people down and they downplay what I'm doing, it makes sense because look at what my dogs are doing from this point on.
Got you.
So fuck what they gotta say. Look what they're looking at.
So now let's talk a little bit about that whole process of choosing which dogs to actually breed, right? And I'm gonna ask both of y'all this, like, when you look at your dogs, right? And I asked Rhodes earlier, you look at your dog and you like your stud, right? Like your stud, you like your bitch. And then something comes across your radar, right? Let's say about another stud from another camp, right? This dog might be stronger, might be faster, but it's bringing more to the table of what you envision for your program than your own stud would. Do you continue to go with your stud, or do you go outside your camp?
Oh, the only reason why I would go somewhere else is if I'm so tightly bred on my yard where it's like, goddamn, I need to outcross. I need to go somewhere else. But my stud is my stud for a reason. You know, not based on looks, it's based on performance. So yeah, the dog looks nice and all that, but then we got to go in depth and dissect this dog and see what it has, and because there's no perfect dog.
True.
You know what I mean?
True.
There's a dog
true.
that could be.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah,
because
there's dogs
where
that could be gamey as hell, but don't have no goddamn win. Or there's dogs that have win but ain't gamey as hell. It just, you know, each his own. But I don't know. I feel like you just gotta, you know, work with what you have and get the good more than the bad out of your own stock before you go to somebody else's.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because with the good, it's gonna come with the bad.
Peace, Jen. Peace, Inquisitive Jen. Peace, bro. AO said it's art and science. Okay. So, Bank, you still with me, bro?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Answer that question for me, bro. You looking at your yard, you like what you got in your yard, but then you get wind of some shit that's absolutely banging. And so what you feel like you're trying to accomplish for your yard, you see that there's more of that in this other dog than it is in your dog, right? Do you bypass your stud that you've been planning with and working with all this time? Do you bypass that stud and reach out to another camp and bring that blood in?
Now, okay. All right. Now, so let me understand it right. So now, so I could see another dog, right? Like I could see a dog that be like, and I like that dog and I may want some of that blood, but that's one thing. But if I had like a plan with this breeding, so you saying like I had a plan breeding and then I seen another dog and kind of make me switch up my plans?
Right.
Okay. Okay. So,
I mean, would you do that? Right? Like, would you go through with what you had planned? Or would you say, hey, wait a minute. Now I know that this dog can do a better job at what I'm trying to at what I'm trying to accomplish than my dog even would. As much as I like my dog, that dog right there is gonna bring it all, right? Like, so do you go ahead and pay that stud fee or work that collaboration where you splitting litters and all that? Or do you just stick with your program?
okay. So I guess that kind of fall into whether you gonna make that turn and be kennel blind or not. Then so you got to have that open mind. Like it could be something better. You know what I'm saying? And if that's the case, if it is something that I see and I be like, you know what, I'm gonna rock with this, then I'm gonna just outright pay the stud fee because I'm not gonna want to split none of the litter. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just get him out the way. You know what I mean? Now I got the blood, and then maybe go from there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But if I planned on hitting two dogs, you know what I'm saying? I don't think because like I said, it's an art to me. So it's already a vision that I done created with these two dogs. So I'm going to go ahead and paint that picture and then, you know what I'm saying, maybe try to grab that blood or hit it on the next one. Like if I think that would be something, but I'm going to go ahead and finish that canvas though, because it might've been something I was looking for. But, you know, but if this dog take everything out, you know what I'm saying, take the whole cake, got the attitude, the look, you know what I'm saying, the head and everything I'm already wanting, you know what I'm saying? What's the chances that he throws that though? So then I have to look into the productions because he may not throw what he is. You know what I'm saying?
It's rolling the dice.
Yeah.
That's right. That's a legitimate question. How does that dog produce? Right? Like, is he a good producer? As it, you know, everything else lines up, but can he really reproduce himself and better?
Yeah. I would have to check that before making that final decision because, you know, he might be the freak that I'm looking for, but he might not throw the freak that I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? He might be keeping all the treasure.
Absolutely.
You know?
That's real shit. Absolutely. That's real shit.
So one of the reasons why I asked this question, why I put this out there, is because a lot of times, you know, as breeders, we working with what we have, right? It's right there in front of us, and we saying, listen, I gotta make this work. Then there's that part of you that says, listen, man, we pushing for vision, right? Like there's a certain ideal that I want to achieve. And you're always measuring what you're doing against what's going on over here or what's going on over there, if it all fits in the same category, right? So now, is my dog as athletic as that dog at the show, right? Or is my dog as strong as that dog at the weight pull? You know, these are always the things that pound for pound, I'm looking like, you know, where am I getting the top dog, right? How do I get to the top dog? And I think that's where breeding becomes an art, because then it's no longer me just working with what I have and what's in front of me. It's me scouring the entire landscape and not settling for what's in front of me or what's accessible or what's easy. I believe it becomes an art, man, when you start going.
And Ray, not to cut you off, you also got to know what are you breeding for. That's what makes it so special.
Absolutely.
That's when it's an art. When you be like, oh, I want this type of dog for this type of scenario. Oh, I know who to go to. That's when it's an art.
So now, Inquisitive Jen said that's why he likes the Scots-on dogs. They have to go through multiple physical and mental tests before being considered for breeding. Now, that's more of the science, right? Like they have specific tests that the dog must pass. If the dog passed, then the dog can be considered for the next test, so forth and so on, until it actually gets, you know,
that's
right
what
to
they
breed.
do. That's the guidelines
right?
in Germany.
Right.
They
That's
got to go through a trials and tribulations to breed their shit. They do. That's fact.
It's not a game. It's damn near a law over there or something.
And the ones that don't follow those guidelines, they consider that the black market. Like they're not like they're not reputable.
Right.
In Germany.
Exactly.
If you don't follow those guys, you know people going to go ins and outs. But the ones that are really trying to, you know, pump some good dogs, they gotta prove that their dogs that they have that they're trying to mate is worthy.
All right.
So they gotta be standard. That's real shit.
I'm gonna ask this of each of y'all, right? How much of the scientific approach do you take in terms of like your decisions as to who's gonna be bred and who's not gonna be bred? Right? Do you have like certain specific tests that you put your dogs through to say, well, all right, he passed that one, he's good. Let's give him this test. You know what I mean? If not, if he don't pass that test, well then all right, he's not what we're looking for. We gotta leave him to the wayside. You feel like you have gotten to that point in your program?
Who's gonna answer that? Bang or me first?
Whoever. I mean, I'll both here. So like, first one, grab it. Let's go.
All right. See, me basically is like where I'm limited at is space. Because if it's really me, I'll really, really go hard, and I'll be like, look, I'm keeping this whole litter, and the ones that don't make it, well, then I'm gonna just send them to a better place where, you know, they could suit a suitable family. You know, spay and neuter it. But I'm limited. So basically I just gotta go on eyes view and just like kind of hope in a prayer type. But right. You know, I just that's when it comes to bonding and molding the dog, you know? Molding the dog that is supposed to be that I want. And if it don't cut out to be that, well then I just gotta get rid of it and just on to the next.
Got you.
Nothing's never guaranteed. A dog could be showing great signs at an early age, and once it hits a year, 16 months, it's turned totally off. Or else you can have a dog that turns on at 16 months, and it's 50-50, you know? So it's just...
Right. Now we talking nature, right?
Yeah,
ain't no telling with that part.
it's the people behind these dogs that mold these dogs, that tune these. It's like a car. You tune them up. You know, you do your own little Inspector Gadget shit to it, and mold that motherfucker to. Oh, look what I created. Sound like
That's
an
an actual fact.
SRT8, but it's a Honda.
That's an actual fact. That's exactly what's
You know
being
what I
done.
mean?
That's exactly what's being done.
You know, but everything's an art. Like even when it comes to these military dogs and all that, man. Like I give props to them dogs, man. They got to go through bombs, getting blown, and it's a lot, man. These dogs are. I'm telling you, dogs are bred for all types of tasks, man. You know, and
Very
people
true.
are just, you know, they just get the negative eye once they feel like, oh, they don't agree with it. But don't be so judgmental on the process. Look at the outcome of this shit. And then you'll see why the people are doing what they're doing with these dogs for certain reasons. You know?
Absolutely.
It's just, I don't
Go
know,
ahead,
man.
Bank. Let me hear what you got to say about that, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bando.
Go, let me speak. Because you got to let me know, because sometimes I just take over sometimes. I'm sorry.
That's all right. But go ahead, Bank.
Don't let niggas speak, boy. I speak.
Yeah.
That's what I got you here for, bro. That's you know, shoot. We don't, ain't nobody here shy, man.
But you know, it's always you know what I speak is always up for controversy. So that's what's up. I take it how
I love it.
It is what
I
it
love
is.
it, man. That's how you keep it hot. That's how you keep it hot. But bring it, Bank. Come on now. What do you employ any type of tests in terms of who gets bred, who don't get bred, and if you were to employ tests, what tests would those be?
All right. Yeah. I think what the original part was how much of the scientifics I use too, right?
Right.
Like scientifical. Yeah, like I don't use no science in my shit at all. Like I ain't with the science because I don't understand. I didn't graduate science, so I don't understand science as much as the others may understand it. But what I do know is the eye. I got an eye test, so you know what I'm saying. Like first thing, you know, first thing first, the dog got to meet my look. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a certain look that I go for on a dog. You know what I'm saying? Like as a puppy, when it's coming up, it's got this look.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's doing little things to let me know.
Spunk to it.
Yeah, like this. Okay, I like this dog. You know what I'm saying? Then as he matures, then I know, okay, this could be my stud. You know what I'm saying? Now it's gonna come a point that he gonna show me something. Like it's gonna be a coyote or something in the yard, bobcat, stray dog done wandered into my yard or something, and I'm letting my dog. You know, I got the opportunity to know. I could be like, I ain't gotta let my dog out, but I see something and I'm like, let me see how my dog gonna act. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, at that point, you know what I'm saying, is it gonna defend his home front? You know, like as a stud, I want to look and be like, that's your yard. It shouldn't be nothing in your yard. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's a stud
I got
for
a
me,
question for
you know
you
what I'm
guys.
saying?
Not to cut you guys off, but it's a question.
That's a test.
It's a good question.
Absolutely.
It's a good question.
Shoot.
All right, you know, people sell dogs, you know, at you know certain price, you know, shit. Some
Alaikum salam, Abdul Kamal.
Some 1,000, some I heard like 1,600, you know, the craziest prices. But what, you know, if you're trying to buy a dog, you're gonna work these dogs. What's a good working family price? Straight up.
Wow.
Straight up.
Wow. That's
why you gonna say that, huh?
Let me hit this.
Nigga.
Let me hit this one. Let me hit this one right here. Let me tackle this one.
What price range? What?
Look. All right. First off, we gotta say like this: the average working man price, working man dog, all that. You know what I'm saying?
Working man
like,
family.
Yeah. Like here's the thing. Like, you know, what does the average person do with these dogs? They're when they come shop for a dog,
they're gonna be running through the woods with it. The dog gonna get injured, bumps and scrapes and shit.
Yeah, well, that ain't average though. We gotta be realistic. That ain't average. It gotta
be a rugged dog.
Listen. That ain't realistically. That ain't average. Here, average is gonna be the person that has a family, They dog may go hunting with them. They may go out and go hunting,
Yeah,
fishing.
yeah,
Dog go
yeah.
with them. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's about them getting a new family member. So at that point, you got to say, how much are you willing to pay for a new extension of your family? And I don't think people should be looking for the low ball. Like if you come shopping over here at Bank Statement, your average gonna be 1,500 or higher because we're not trying to do nothing small time. You
I
want a
was thinking about
200?
somewhere between 1,000 to like 1,500. That's where I
Nah,
was
man.
saying around
Nah,
my
look,
ball.
people spending $1,000 on socks. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about a whole new extension to your family. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah,
Somebody that's
yeah.
gonna hold you down, somebody that's gonna protect your household, watch your kids, be a friend to them. You know what I'm saying? Take on the burdens of everybody in the house. We talking about a whole extension of the family. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ain't willing to pay at least 1,500 or higher, cause shit, you might come over here and it be something for 4,000 or 5,000. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Because if
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I done put my blood, sweat, and tears into creating this, hey, I'm not eager to let it go. So if you ain't got the dough, it ain't got to go. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
feel you. I
you
feel you.
know,
But you talking
So
about
now,
on the moral aspect, right?
no,
Bank?
no, no. See, that
hold
ain't my
on,
passion. But that ain't my
Let me
passion. The
reshoot
merle
this.
ain't my passion.
No,
My
Let me
no, no.
say this,
Well,
passion,
Brando, because when you start setting a price for for a dog, you setting a price for a lot more than that dog. You understand what I'm saying?
yes.
Nobody can truly compensate the time,
And the
energy,
effort and all the bullshit
attention
you got to go
that
through
you
with these
give
dogs.
to
Yeah.
just bringing that breeding about. Right? People don't have no idea, man. Like all the stuff that keeps you up at night, worrying about them dogs like they really your kids. You understand? Like at the end of the day, when you start talking about you want to buy a dog from me, do you really understand what I've invested in here? Right? So
Yeah.
that's my first thing. What
Mm-hmm.
is my investment? Not just in
Right.
terms of a dollar, but my
Right.
time,
Right.
my
Right. Right.
energy,
Right.
and really my hopes and dreams. You understand? Because literally, when I produce this litter, my hopes and dreams are invested in this motherfucker. So 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get somebody who wants to buy a dog, but at the end of the day, can you really count on that person being around when that dog matures for you to evaluate and maybe use again in your breeding program?
Yeah.
So when you sell a dog, you're literally selling a chunk of your program. You understand what I'm saying? You're selling. It's a lot to it, man. I've said time and time again, bro. I'm kind of funny right now. I don't know how many dogs is going to actually be released to the public. Like God willing, we have a decent litter, bro. Like trying to get a dog out of me might be a little bit harder than I thought because we've gone through so much at this point. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? It makes sense. We don't put in so much right now. You know what I mean? Feeding these dogs, making sure, man, that they have the proper balance in their diet. Listen, man, more than one person has said it. The dogs eat better than I. Your dogs eat better than I do,
Yeah.
and it's a game because we put
But
that into it.
you know why I say that, Ray? You know, not to cut you off, but let me just give you an explanation on why. On one aspect, when people buy a dog, right? Like and they're a working type dog. And when people start talking about like 55, 45, even 3,500, that motherfucker costs a little too much money to be running through the wood. You know what I mean? So I think
Well,
a good working man's price to get a good working dog will be 1,500. You know what I
so
mean?
now,
Where
so now it depends now, right? And this is
that's how
this is
I
this is
see
what
it.
I'm saying now, because one of the things that inspired this live, man, was I was browsing and I ran across a truly iconic breeding, right? And what made that breeding so iconic was that they targeted the genetics of a very specific dog. And over 30, 40 years, they have literally line bred this dog from sons that literally now, you know, you producing these it's actually a brother sister breeding but it's off the lines of 2 sons off of Kubar's Golden Bud. So now, when you actually see the dog, this is what crushes it. You actually see the dog. Oh my goodness. When you see the pups, the litter, so healthy, so strong, so vibrant, like that is very hard to maintain, especially when you tight line breeding and you're talking over a 30-year span.
Yeah,
now we're talking art.
That's a lot. See, that's
now
when
we're
it's
talking
art.
You understand what I'm saying?
It's art. Because you put the
about,
time and effort and all the bad breedings and all the good breedings, and that's when it's an art. You got to put in the work to make it an art.
Listen, man, if I read that pedigree right, man, this brother probably had to travel across the country to get the stud in order to bring this thing together. You understand what I'm saying? That's definitely showing vision. That's showing vision. Now, you know, it's one of those things where I have to say, you know what? Somebody asked me for a pup. I have to say, bro, there's a better litter on the ground. On some real shit.
Right.
There's a better litter on the ground if you really want a quality pup. Because my program is still in the growing stages.
My shit is still growing too. But let me tell you, so far,
so I can evaluate. You understand? And then I can consider, you know, I'm gonna move in this direction, I'm gonna move in that direction. But right now, I don't even know what they're gonna produce. I have to see them motherfuckers grow up. And I really kind of need to see all of them grow up as much as humanly possible.
Right.
And I actually learned that from my last litter off of him, where literally I pretty much lost access or contact with every single pup, with the exception of one I sent to my cousin in Boston.
That's fucked up.
Right. People take your dogs, B, and they disappear. They disappear, so you can't even evaluate your program. So I'll never do that again.
But so far, I know my shit will catch them.
Right.
Do you have you don't have an Instagram?
Yeah. So send it to me in the joint. Let me
it's Battle for Life.
Some of these comments right quick.
It's Battle for Life.
All right. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Some of the best game American Pitbull
Terrier blood exists stud feeds.
Because of
D10 to name one. So full-blown Yahoo and said literally the best of the best have paid stud fees. And that makes perfect sense, bro. Because and nobody has it all in their yard. You understand what I'm saying? Every program is like slanted in one direction or another. You understand? Inquisitive Jen said, what is your art worth? That's some shit, right? If it's a true work of art. Like art appreciates over time, right?
Yeah, like wine, baby.
It's
like wine, baby.
It's an investment. Abdul Kamal said, truth, absolutely. Al-Had, full-blown Yahoo, and says some of the best game APB blood exists because of top breeders whom their legends paid a stud fee. Prime example, Yellow John was bred with Hollingsworth Dolly to create Mayday. Wow. Okay, so we're not the first person to ask this question or answer it, right?
Hey, but Ray.
Real talk.
Hey, Ray.
Shoot.
Real talk, man. Like, for everybody who's coming on YouTube, you know, trying to build their channel, promote their dogs, show what they have, just do what you do. Because let me tell you, I used to get 4 views in 1 week, and two of them views was negative, and I just kept on, and because I knew what I had. You know what I mean? These people are trying to dictate what my dogs are when I'm living with them day in, day out. But at the end of the day, you just got to stay true, authentic, and you just have your own catchy phrase, man. You have your own style. And once you do that and you're promoting and you're producing good dogs, your shit gonna bloom on its own.
You know, and that's what I appreciate about this whole platform, right?
Did I tell you,
like
man,
when I decided to jump back in. Say that again.
Bank, did I tell you that before?
Yeah, yeah.
On her, that's why I say I give everybody that motivation speech, but I talk my shit too, though.
That's it. That's what it is,
Real
though, bro.
spill.
Okay, Road, you in the building, bro. So,
Yeah, I'm back.
you
I'm
know,
back.
bring this kind of shit up, right? Because each of us, man, is we in a certain position right now, right? Like each of us is really kind of kicking a thing off, but at a point where now you're presenting it to the public, right? And we talking about a much wider public than normal, than like this is not. I walk my dogs down the street, the whole neighborhood know who we are. This is bigger than the neighborhood, right? This is bigger than the neighborhood. So one of the things that really kind of like, you know, got my attention was the fact that people were saying, you know, the dogs themselves are one thing, but your interaction, how you keep the dogs, how you treat the dogs, all of that also makes a difference. Now, when you're breeding, right, and you're breeding, you looking, you want to make sure the dog is physically sound, but we also look for certain traits and characteristics, right? There's certain things that we want to see in these dogs.
Consistency.
Absolutely. But now, if you're not in a situation, right, where you can just kind of blow like you want to blow, what is the best way to continue to grow your program, at least in quality and value, in your current situation?
Oh, don't try to make friends with other dog individuals and be more consistent with what you got and do the best with what you have. And then what you do with your dogs and how you do with your dogs, that's how you're going to be able to relate with other dog men. I'm not going to say dog man. It's people that own dogs, because that word is getting, that label is earned. So therefore, dog man, people who own dogs, whatever. That's how you're going to be able to relate with other people, is because how you conduct, how you interact with your dogs. They act the exact same way with their stock. So therefore, that's how you guys could accumulate a bond with each other. You feel me?
Right.
It's not off the rip. Oh, this, that. No, I'm telling you, you get more bees with honey than you do vinegar. You get little bits and pieces from different people's program, then you implement it in your own program, and then that's how you start building your shit up.
Let me ask you something, right? A person that, you know, that says, like Bank was saying, basically they want an extension of their family, right? Not only someone that's a dog that's an extension of the family, but they want a dog, man, that, you know, is going to discourage people from acting crazy, right? They want a dog that kind of looks good and is about that business, right? So now, these are qualities and characteristics that you are taking time to breed into your program. You have a very conscious idea of what it is that you are developing, right? How do you add value to that so that you get the buyer who says, listen, I'm willing to spend $2,500. You understand what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, the person who spends $2,500 for a dog is literally thinking very carefully about that process, right? They not dropping that lightly. You understand? Yep. That's a little bit more than your typical tax return.
So not including shipping.
Now they are committed. How likely are they to let that dog end up in a shelter or a pound somewhere?
Yeah.
How likely are they just
that is true.
tie to a tree and walk off? Right. Now, I respect the working man. And there are working camps that I will send dogs for free, bro.
Yep, that part.
Because I know they are literally going to go ahead and prove that dog out. They're going to give me an honest assessment and evaluation of what's in my program. Right. So I would definitely like, for my own education about what I'm doing. I don't run hogs up here. Ain't no hogs up here in New York. So if I want to see what my dogs do on a hog, I gotta send that thing down south. I gotta send it to a program that's really doing their thing. And I don't have a problem with stuff like that. That part of me is old school dog man, B. You understand?
Word.
But when it comes to, somebody saying, hey, I want to buy a dog from you. Number one, do you know what I am breeding? And do you know the time and effort going into this? Because you're going to have to do the same in order to raise that pup.
Word.
And that's a fact.
What I put in if you're going to raise my dog. And I'm not saying that because I'm expecting you to stick to my standards. I'm saying that because I know what it takes to raise one of these dogs. You understand? It's not really a slight to nobody, bro. When you say to somebody, man, listen, bro, this right here, I'm going to need $2K for that. And if you can't do that, I respect it, but I have to respectfully decline.
Yeah, it's only right.
It's not something, man, that you know who one of the deepest dudes in the rap game was to me, and I didn't find out about it till he was after he was gone, was the brother Nipsey Hussle. You know what I mean? And I say that because Nipsey had a concept, man, at $100 mixtape. And his concept was, man, don't let nobody put value on what you do. Don't let
Ray,
read
Rob's comment. Hey, Ray, read Rob's comment.
Okay, let's post that for the brother.
Nigga, good shit.
Well, hold on.
Talking about you.
I like what you said about how you interact with your dog being important too. I think a dog's genetics only makes up part of what makes a great dog. It matters what a dog does and how it's kept. Absolutely. Absolutely. You see,
That's a true fact.
The dogs from puppies are very, very pliable, man. Like, if you ever check out, there's a very old YouTube channel on some Camelot dogs, man. I'm gonna find the name of the channel for y'all, man, and I'm gonna put it out there. But this brother, his name is Jeff Benenson, right? He has a YouTube page, not a YouTube page, a Facebook page that's a little bit more active. This YouTube page looked like it ain't been active in 15 years. But even then, he was talking about BSL. Even then, he was talking about, stopping legislation that was really trying to isolate certain breeds. And he showed all his Camelot hog-hitting dogs, weight pulling and all of that, all together, right? They all raised up, ain't none of them fighting, ain't none of that going on. He like literally. So you can definitely raise these dogs from a youth. And but you have to be mindful of what the genetics are too. You gotta let nature, play its part. So I just say all of that to say it really is one of them things, man, where you have to, it's easy to move dogs at a certain price, but you have to consider what you put in and what that person is actually asking for, what they're committing to. Okay, Hotep Kendall said, peace, Hotep, peace. I want to shout out Hotep right quick, man.
Hotep be doing this shit.
One of the things, man, that
he be doing this shit
has its struggles, and they've been dealing with a very unique set of problems, man, and they're consistent. Forget consistency, they're persistence in getting those pups, man, to start eating for themselves. They're battling fading puppy syndrome. So y'all make sure y'all stop by the brother channel, man. Show the love, man. Give the thumbs up, man. Hit that like, man. Comment on what they doing over there, man. Because a lot of people, man, would have let them pups go. A lot of people would have said, "Oh, nature's taking its course. They got fading puppy syndrome. They out of here."
Yeah,
Hotep
grinding, man. Keep them pups, man. Keep their face in a bowl, man. Try to keep something in them, man. So yeah, man. Shout out to Hotep Kennels, man. Y'all
Yeah, I
definitely
got
stop
whole
by,
tip.
man,
I got whole
and
tip
show that
kennels,
channel some
and I
love.
got bank statement kennels on Facebook. I also got bank statement number. These are two brothers that I could call, and they can give me advice as a youngin. You know what I'm saying? Like anything I need help with, dealing with my dog's heat cycle, feed, like saying with my dog's joints because I got big dogs. So
Exactly.
I work. I
Exactly.
work my. I do a hard keep on my dog. So I got to make sure I do give him time to recover and let his joints heal up. You know what I'm saying? Um, Bank statement, he done gave me a nice little cold little feed where I can get my dogs back right. You feel me? So salute the bank statement on that. But what I was
That's
saying about
what's up.
Hotep,
That's what's up.
Hotep, you could call that brother. He has a lot of good knowledge. He'll let you know certain things, what not to do and what to do. Just like Soul Power, aka Gamed Up Kennels, another brother. We could call that brother up. He gives me good information. Just me as a youngin, I'm 24 in the game, and I'm trying to build my line and build my brand. And they've been helping me out. They've been helping me out a lot, man, along this journey.
Yo, listen,
Hey,
man, it's real, bro. If
hey,
if we don't like listen, this
hey,
network, this
it's just,
platform. I'm sorry, give me a second. This network, this platform, if we don't do this for each other, bro, ain't nobody else gonna do it. You understand that? Like every man here is in a kind of unique lane, bro.
You're
Understand that.
right.
This
I
platform
appreciate it.
here is literally, man, for and that's why I opened it up like that, man. Ain't no big eyes and little U's. Only big eye I know is in Imperial. You understand? And I did. My name is not Imperial. My name is Ray.
Yes, sir.
So, but go ahead, Bando. Go ahead, bro.
hey, on real shit on her. Just to piggyback on little man shit, like I ain't ever reached out, but I'll do it now. You know what I mean? Just cause I ain't tripping. You know what I mean? Like really, I'm not. Like I don't really know you, whatever. But I know you trying to grow, you trying to do your shit. You know what I mean? You trying to build your shit up like Legos. And yeah, I heard your little
Well, y'all
songs and
both right
shit.
there in Cali, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know Cali a big
I heard his
motherfucker
little
though.
songs and shit. It sounded cute, but that shit sound real cute. You got talent. But if you need some advice, my nigga, like I'll reach out to you. Like I ain't no sucker, I ain't no hater. Like I'll reach out to you, real shit. So
Real
no
spill.
trip.
I
I
appreciate
I'll
that.
reach out to you and I'll give you that other lane where we right like only 45 minutes away from each other, man. Like real shit.
That's
Real
right.
spill. You feel me?
That's
Shit,
right.
we could fuck
Sucker
around.
free
We
some
could fuck around. Take.
movement.
Uh oh. Uh oh.
Hey,
Uh
Bando.
oh.
Hey, Bando.
What?
Uh
We
oh.
fuck with these band dogs. You feel me? We could fuck around, take some of this offspring later down the line. You feel me? And cross
We'll
limit
see
it up.
what's up. We'll see what's up. But not like
I
real
know you.
shit. I
My
I
man,
know
brother
come
you
on
need
Dad's
some
now.
in the
size.
building.
I'm a
I,
grown ass
Dad's in
man with
the building.
kids, nigga. I'm a
me
grown ass
too.
man with kids, nigga. Come
Me
on now.
too.
On
Me too.
hood.
You already know it's
Sage
good.
Lady of
Hey,
Rain.
I'm gonna snatch you up, my little nigga. I'm gonna put you under the wing. Like, what's happening?
We gonna fuck around. You already know, man.
Yeah, no
We gonna put
shit.
some
I
herb.
got you.
Hey, we
Listen,
gonna roast something
understand
up,
this,
man. We
y'all.
gonna put something in the air. Fuck around,
I
put some meat
got
on the
you. I
grill.
got you. Say
Sip
less. I
some brew.
got
You feel me? We both do the same thing.
you. Yeah, I got you.
The joint, the beauty of the joint is that like literally your dogs will start learning from each other. You understand what I'm saying? It's literally, man, when you have a certain when you can just kind of connect, B, when you got a certain connection, B, like that's the thing, man, that you cultivate that, bro. You understand what I'm saying? You go ahead and let that flourish.
It's all about a bond.
Right.
Hey,
Like you
yeah,
find,
hey,
man, that,
Ray. I see a homeless man ride with his bike with his dog in and out of fucking traffic, and that shit amazes me how that dog is just with that bond with that man where he trusts that man with his life, where he's in and out of motherfucking traffic.
right.
You know what I mean? Like it's a bond. You know what I mean? You gotta have if you want your dogs to do anything from day one, you gotta have that bond. Cause that dog don't want to fail you now. Once it gets older, it'll do whatever it has to do and take whatever it has to take just to hear you say good boy.
Real talk, yo.
Hey,
Real
let me ask you a question, Ray.
shoot.
You know what I'm saying with the Camelots, man, because they kind of like the old school dogs, like I seen, from back in the days and shit on the street. So, what's the criteria of Camelot, like breeding Camelot dogs? Like, is it like a look, an attitude, all in one, like, or for you, just say for your line, like, say you finna do a breed, like, what you looking for? You know what I'm saying?
You know, like cam dogs is real funny, bro. Real funny. And I say that because the old family red nose in those dogs, man, goes back a long way. And I mean, it's ingrained. It's so deep. It's like, you know, that's what you're looking at. So, like, I would take a cam dog in the woods, and if it ain't no good in the woods, man, it ain't no good to me. You understand? I had both Raina and Bull out today, and they are able to literally lock up to one scent, track that scent, and come up with a motherfucking body. I watched them both do it today. You know what I mean? It just so happens that what Bull found had just got freshly gutted. Like what he found was just straight up intestines and some fur. You know what I mean? So whatever happened, bro, had just happened. It was fresh. It was blood on the snow. It had just happened. And he tracked that. Then Raina found a frozen possum buried in the snow. It was buried under the snow. She tracked that joint and she found that.
What you do with that shit?
Man, she snatched that shit up and said, "Daddy, can we take it with us?" I said, "No, bitch, leave that shit here. We ain't in survival mode." But if we was in survival mode, that bitch just fed us. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what it.
And that's what I look for in a cam dog. Because if the dog can't do that, then you know, it's a real question. Besides that, you know, everybody screams like the red nose thing, right? You definitely have black nose cam dogs that don't have a red nose or whatever the case may be. But the predominant dog is red or red and white, you know what I mean, with the red nose. And that's simply because they've been bred along those old family red nose lines for so long. I wouldn't necessarily say, me personally, that's the only color of a dog, you know, like I love the red nose pit bull. Like, it's always been a thing with me, but that's not the only color of dog I would run or keep. You know what I mean? I done had all black dogs that didn't have a drop of white on them. You know what I mean? It's like, it really is the dog itself. Can the dog work? Can the dog perform? Is the dog getting the job done? So if I can't get all of that answered, you know what I mean, then I have a question about whether or not I breed this dog. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Even Solo right now, he's starting to pick up on just chasing scents, but he's really still playing with sticks. He's really still playing with sticks, man. You know, he still want to, you know, play keep away. So although he hasn't turned on yet, he's about, I would say, a couple of weeks from being a year old. And once he turns a year old, you know, his breeders, dudes that have bred this line, his particular line of dogs, they already put me on alert. Like, listen, when he turns a year old, be alert. Be alert. He's a different dog. They become different dogs after they, you know. And so that's the type of shit, man, that for me, like, I wouldn't just, you know, working man price if it's a working camp, right? And then if it's not a working camp, then they need to understand what's really going on, bro. And they need to go ahead and respect the work.
Yeah. I was just trying to figure it out. You know, I was just saying, like, what's what about the average Camelot breeder? They all on the same thing. The dog gotta possess a nice attitude, willing to do whatever.
Nah, one of the reasons why I started getting into this the way I did, bro, is because a lot of dudes, man, are getting the dogs because they look badass. You know what I mean? They look good and they show badass. They act badass, but they're not working the dogs. They're really show pieces. They're not putting them in a show ring, but they are show pieces. They're nice dogs to look at and say, look how badass my dog looks. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when too many people start doing that, then you lose the purpose of the dog. You lose that original, you know.
Hey, fellas, hey, I'm about to be gone. I'm gone.
All right.
You guys have a good
Peace
one.
out, Bando.
All right.
All right, Bando. I'm gonna tap in with
Love
you.
stopping through.
Get at me on Instagram, little man. I'll holler at you.
I don't got no IG. I can get your number from bank though.
Yeah. All right.
All right, fool.
All right.
Hold up.
Yeah, but don't that fall into like, you know what I'm saying? It just depends on what hands the dog get into. Some people just want it for a house pet, you know, not necessarily, you know,
Absolutely.
it all depends, you know what I'm saying? But I think that's what makes all, you know, you throw out this litter of dogs, like not every dog, of course, gonna, you know, get along with certain dogs and stuff, but mostly they adjust, right? Like as long as you ain't got no dominant male, you know what I'm saying? Like if you get one of these
That's the
males,
problem with the Camelot blood, though. You understand what I'm saying? You're gonna get that. You're gonna get that. Like Raina's litter was so hot, it was ridiculous. It was so hot. Like Raina came in like at 8 weeks old on fire. And it was just ridiculous. I'm looking at this little bitch and I'm like, are you serious? You can't beat nobody in here. You know what I mean? Like, but she had that attitude, B. So it wasn't very hard, you know, to kind of let her develop along her own lines. First time I took Raina out in the woods and I had her on a weight harness. You know what I mean? And she was dragging about 10 feet of motherfucking chain. And we was on the road and she just veered off the road into the woods. And she took off like flying with the damn chain on. So I'm running after her. And by the time I catch up with her, she's got a possum treed. Now, she don't quite know how to get up there and get the damn thing, right? So I go ahead, I pull her back, take the harness off of her, let her get up on her hind legs and let her focus and see the damn thing exactly where it's at, and then released her. That bitch went up there, took that motherfucking thing down. So it's not that I taught her anything. I just brought out what was already there. You understand what I'm saying?
Now say somebody want one of your dogs. Like now, they want a puppy. They getting a puppy. They not getting a grown one or nothing. They getting a 8-week-old puppy, 10-week-old puppy, and say they have another dog. Can a Camelot dog come in and get along with that dog if raised with that dog, depending on the gender?
If raised together, but when that Camelot dog turns a certain age, you're gonna definitely see some dominant traits. That's just who they are. Like when I had the female Star, you know what I mean? We talking back 4 years ago. When I brought this bitch to the yard, she was 4 years old. She was the oldest dog on the yard, but she definitely wasn't like the primary bitch. There had been, you know, she had to kind of like play seconds to the bitch that I'd been had. She never would. She'd never accept that. They rumbled so often, it was just ridiculous. And then you would get them cool, lay them down. They would lick each other's wounds, be buddies. And then 2-3 days later, they back at it again. So I don't trust them to just work it out for themselves. At some point, it's time to go ahead and separate them. You know what I mean?
But is that because they was already grown introducing them? Like if you got a puppy, because I mean these are kind of like the dogs I was raised. You know what I'm saying? These are like the dogs I was raised upon. Like, you know, like if you got a male or something, at some point, you know, you gonna look out in the backyard, he gonna be putting a whooping on the female back there, letting her know that it's my yard. You know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
But it wouldn't go to where, you know what I'm saying, he'll kill his bitch. You know what I'm saying? He let her know this my yard.
That's the problem with the Camelot dogs, right? They don't, you know, like if you ever check out the QBN Kennels channel, right? QBN Kennels, he does a great job of, you know, his bully work, right? And although his dogs look similar, they don't act anything like my dogs. You understand? His dogs, you know, they kind of work out their alpha stuff. And if it's, you know, to them, a fight is two dogs rah, 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 jumping at each other. Nobody actually grabs the other. These dogs, they don't play that. You understand? And there's no submitting, right? In normal pack life, once another dog submits, the dominant dog, you know, will make some type of dominant gesture and move on. You know what I mean? Not with the Camelot breed. If one of the dogs go down, and I've never really seen the dog actually submit. I've never seen a Camelot dog submit to another dog. But at the end of the day, like when that motherfucker grab and they going, they in that throat, B. They trying to finish the dog. That's what they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I guess because I always separate them. I never looked at it like they will try to finish him. But you're right. They might finish him if you let them just do their thing in the back.
Bro, listen, yo. I mean, if one dog is really about it, they will go for that throat like they would prey. You understand? And they're going to try to finish the dog. And Camelot dogs have that high prey drive in them. It's DNA. If they get to scrapping, they're going to try to finish something. At least that's been my experience. I ain't never seen nothing different out of them. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Like even now, Solo and Bull, they get along. Solo is not hot right now. But do I want to take that chance? Have them out chilling together? Right now, Bull and Raina, they could chill out together. They've had their little squabbles, but for the most part, they could chill together. Solo, if I bring him out, I can almost guarantee before the night's over, Bull is going to be in his neck. And right now, they get along. But over a sustained period of time, one has got to show dominance. And when especially there's a female in the mix, like Solo's crazy about Raina. He always trying to hop on her. And you know Bull is not going to have that. Like, you think you're going to be climbing on in my face? No. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, stuff like that, bro. I learned my lessons.
Yeah, I ain't never had two males. I don't do the two males loose together. I always, if I do, it's opposite sex, right. Male, female.
Now you will definitely find where they get along, and that's fine. Like, you know, you could put a Camelot male down with any type of female. You know what I mean? All they want to do is hump anyway. You know?
Yeah.
So that's cool. But like I had to teach my boy, right? Like when he saw a female, he's immediately trying to hump. And the chick don't even be in heat. So the thing is, man, sometimes he's getting a certain reaction from the female, and to him, it's an aggressive reaction. So he's immediately snatching them by the back of their neck, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So there you go. All right. I was trying to put that link in the chat, bro. I just got the run in my mouth. My bad, Soul Power. You in the building?
What it do, Soul Power?
So,
peace, good brothers. How y'all brothers holding up?
We holding up. Welcome, bro.
Welcome.
But you know, so anybody from you know that's not familiar with the Camelot brand, like with the Camelot bloodline, I would definitely have to like school them first before I sold them a dog. You know what I mean? I would literally like, we're going to go sit down and watch a few videos together. Then I'm going to take you to the dogs and I'm going to let you, there's only one other person that has ever walked, really like been able to walk and come and get my dogs and walk them and I'm not around. You understand what I'm saying? That's very exclusive. That's not something that, you know, like they don't really just let strangers walk up and touch them. You know what I mean? That you're not going to get that with them. Unless they've been super socialized that way. The Camelot dog is a very, very let's just say it's a very willful dog. It's a very purposeful dog. It has a mindset, a very particular mindset, and it's a very serious kind of mindset. They love people, they love affection, all of that stuff, man, but they, you know, especially with other animals, you have to be careful. You definitely want to be careful. Hold on, we got some new comments in here. Let me make sure we get everybody in the building. All right, yes, sir. Soul Power saying can join in. But what's good, Soul Power? Talk to me, bro. You in the building, man. Holla.
Oh man, peace. Shit. I'm liking what you're doing over there with them cam dogs, man. Learning a lot from your channel, man.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
It really wasn't my
It's
idea.
definitely originally.
It wasn't really my idea, but we're here now. You know what I mean? So, it's definitely it's a journey, bro, and we got a long way to go. We got a long way to go, man. Y'all gonna see a lot more. I'm literally gonna try to take y'all inside this world of Camelot. You know what I mean? We're gonna talk to some real breeders. And when I say real breeders, I'm talking about dudes, man, that was doing this 30, 40 years ago, or they bringing back blood from 30, 40 years ago. You know what I mean? So that's when you really want to see what a cam dog looks like and what it can do and how it acts, and its relationship to the old family red nose. Man, listen, yeah. So we got a lot of deep diving to do. I only been into these cam dogs, man, maybe 4 or 5 years now. And it's gonna be like, it's a lifetime, man. They're gonna die with me on my yard. That's just how it is. All right, Dabbers Trappers Loft said,
That's how I feel about my line of dogs too.
Just dipping toes in the cam world. I raised game dogs for a long time. Got a 20-month-old cam female. She's not hot, has high prey drive, not really wanting super hot dogs these days. Right. Now, you can keep her that way until you introduce another female. One thing I noticed even about the males and the females when you bring them out, like Raina tries to cut Bull off. She literally, like, when it comes to another dog being petted and she's present, she don't want to see that at all. You know what I mean? She just straight jealous for all the attention. And, Bull will literally like climb up on a bitch back and put his paws on it and like push the bitch down, like, yo, bitch, I came for a pet. I'm gonna get a pet. So they do compete for attention a lot, bro. You could keep a single female like that. Just be careful about introducing an adult female. You know what I mean? If you want to raise cam dogs together, the best thing to do is to raise a litter. You know what I mean? If they grow up as siblings, they are less likely to be aggressive towards one another. They'll have more of a pack mentality. Whereas once you start separating them and each dog is an individual and then they kind of come back, they're going to try to assert who got that alpha position.
That's what I'm dealing with right now with both of my dogs, the male and female, because I sent the female off for a whole year and then I brought her back for a little short amount of time and then I sent her off for a whole another year and now she's back. So
right,
yeah, I'm dealing with that right now. She's always
is an issue.
She's always been the female has always been the more dominant dog when they're puppies though. Like she was the one that was beating up all the puppies. My male, he was the one that was more laid back, wouldn't let nobody fuck with him. So that's why I'm working with that right now. But I be on their ass though.
Very, very protective. Like when you breed these high drive, big, protective dogs, man. One thing you'll kind of get about the females is that the females, if they could, would mate with you, right? They'll settle for a dog, but you are really their alpha. So
yes,
even if your alpha male gets it twisted, that female is going to back you. You understand what I'm saying? Now she'll respect him outside of your authority, but once it becomes a question of your pleasure and her pleasing you, she going after that alpha male all day. You know what I mean? So it's always a very measured respect. It's always a very conditional respect. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you doing, your alpha male duties, I respect it. But if not, like when it comes to you pissing him off, I get in your ass. You know what I mean? And I've seen that with my pits, just period. You know what I mean?
So can I ask this? Can I ask this, OG? I asked Soul Power this before. He gave me his knowledge on this. Sure. I kind of took what I took from him and went with it. Say my dogs are scatterbred and a crossbred, and I have 2 litter mates that's showing traits that I like. Can I breed them 2 litter mates together to produce the traits that I'm trying to get, or should I take
Absolutely.
another route?
Absolutely. One of the problems with scatterbred and crossbreeding is the issue of consistency.
Okay.
You kind of got to stab around until you get the prototype of what you're looking for, right?
Yes.
Now, once you've got two of those, male and female, the benefit of them being scatterbred and crossbred is the fact that you can literally bring those two together and not really have to worry about a heavy inbreeding.
Okay.
If that makes sense. They're being inbred, but the blood is so diverse that it's not going to trigger negative reactions. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I told him.
High probability of it triggering negative reactions. You know what I mean? But if you really want to play it safe, I would say find other specimens that kind of line up to what you're doing. Breed both the male and the female to those other specimens, and then bring those pups together.
Okay, so I have a specimen that I have in mind, and he's a nice looking dog. I showed him to Bank Statement. I showed him to Soul Power. They both told me to lock him in. When I take this female to that stud, I'm gonna take a female off of this dog, off of her, to my male. That's where I'm trying to lock in those traits of their mother. But I just want to ask around. I want to ask around just to get the feel, like kind of get other people's opinion on it before I just even try jumping out there doing anything.
Richie Poe, honorary knight at the round table, my dude. What's good, everyone? All right, that's what's up. But I understand exactly what you're saying, bro. Especially when you're going down the band dog lane, there are so many things that you have to watch out for, right? Especially the type of mastiff that you're breeding in, what genetic struggles, right? Or what genetic challenges that breed of mastiff comes with, because most mastiff breeds do come with some type of, whether it's hip dysplasia or something that is known for, right? Some known things to watch out for.
Yes, sir.
So then when you bring in, depending upon where your bully blood is coming from, right? You want to be conscious of whether or not, they've mixed something else in it, like bulldog. You know what I mean?
Okay.
A lot of people are mixing the bulldog into the bullies, and it's creating breathing problems, the wind problems, right? So, well, bulldogs, period, just have breathing issues. So all of that's the kind of shit that, when you really trying to wean out certain things and make sure you locking in certain shit, it almost pays to take your time and push it to another generation. So I like that idea of, bringing a male, bringing two different males to the same female on two different occasions, and then bringing those pups together, or breeding the same male to two different females, and then then those litters can be bred into each other. You know what I mean? Okay. You know what I mean? You'll take your best picks from those litters and breed those together. But yeah, I like the idea, bro. I like the idea.
So, for instance, with my dogs, they got bull mastiff blood in them, and they got razor edge blood in them, and then I cross some Amstaff up in there. So, with the bull mastiff, I would have to worry about underbites.
Okay.
And then coming with that razor edge, I would have to really focus in on what kind of structure my dogs are throwing. Either making sure they don't have any easty westies, high rears, making sure the dogs still be able to perform
too, bro.
You said what, Soap Hour?
I said you got to worry about that from the bull mastiffs too. Mastiffs are notorious for easty westy, hip dysplasia, and something called floater sneaks.
Okay. But that's one of the main reasons why I added the M staff last. because I feel like the M staff cleaned up majority of the falls that what my dogs will throw.
And then that's a beautiful thing. The AM staff just might not give you the same heat. You know what I mean? And that was always my thing about, you know, even when I first read a lot of the cam pads and I was getting back in there and I was seeing like where the OFRN was crossed with the AM staff, it was one of those things that, you know, it kind of raised the eyebrow with me. I'm like, but I haven't seen I ain't seen no dialed back heat at all. You know what I mean? Like those dudes did some truly artful breeding, man. When I say artful breeding, I mean they took the best of the best and they made sure they worked with that and worked it and worked it and worked it and worked it. You can see with them working. There's another dog that I want to do a video on, man. Me and the brother Santana Red Dogs was talking about him. Squire Westover's Shredder, Red Shredder. He was a 3-time winner, 1-time game loser, OFRN. But that same blood, or from that same camp, Squires, that's in the Camelot dogs. Now, I don't think the Red Shredder dog is in the Camelot dogs. I've yet to see that. But the same blood that was in Red Shredder also went into the Camelot dogs. So those are the things, man, that, you know, like when you're breeding and you looking at the dog that you picking, you want to, you know, you want to dig into that, bro, because the appearance and the structure and all of that is great. But at some point, we're looking for some stellar qualities, right? And again, here we go with the, you know, breeding being taken to a level of art, because I could go and get some game bred shit to breed into my dogs, but what I do, you know, like everybody's got a backyard boogie going on, right? It don't take much to grab a pup off somebody for next to nothing, really. Or do I go out and do I get the very best stud? Do I grab something off a grand champion that's showing good in the box and in the ring? You understand what I'm saying? Like, so there's levels of it. You understand what I'm saying? And if you're gonna really breed that AM staff, try to go for that working AM staff blood. Try to go for that Tabasco blood. Try to go for that, you know, because that stuff, man, that blends well with good working animals. You get what I'm saying? Like, just something to, you know, keep in mind, bro.
I appreciate that, fam.
Hey, Brother Ray, what you're talking about is integrity. There's a lack of that in the dog game across the board.
Really. Richie Post said that's what JT is doing right now. I don't know if y'all remember a couple of weeks back, we had the old timer JT Johnson, man. And he used to run the Von Hogsled dogs back in the CJ Von Hogsled dogs back in the days. And you know, he was just he dropping little stuff about, you know, them hog dogs, man, and the breeding and how all that goes, bro. Like I think even Richie Poe was saying not too long ago, he incorporated Lonzo into the Camelot dogs, the Lonzo bloodline into the Camelot dog. And that's what he and JT Johnson have been working on, man. Because every now and then, you know, you can breed too tight. And that is the thing about the Camelot dogs. You have to realize, man, people consider them a one-off, but those dogs are bred super tight. To find a creative, to find a cross for a Camelot dog, you got to get creative, bro. And that's a fact. Said Richie Post say he's breeding Irish to Medusa, both off the same male, bred to different cam females. You see the formula, bro? Bro, yes. You with me? You see the formula? Yes. Breeding the same male, right, to different cam females. So when you got that extra length to go, so to speak, take that, bro. Take that. It may take, you know, one extra generation, but you're gonna like your results much better. You're gonna in terms of quality and consistency in traits and characteristics, that's where you're gonna find it. Nephews, nieces, first cousins, you know.
Yeah, I have an opportunity to breed back to one of his aunties, but she's a family pet. So what I'm gonna do is when she drops the litter, after she whelps the
Same
litter and
here.
everything, I'm gonna go ahead and get her fixed. Because
Absolutely.
my homeboy, his wife, she really don't want to breed the dog. She wants her to stay a family pet.
I
So
mean, I get that too, and there's nothing really wrong with that.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let him know that I need some of that blood. I'll go ahead and get her fixed after she's done whelping the puppies.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's not bad at all, bro. Let me
And this
see.
is a litter mate. This is a litter mate sister to their mother.
Dapper Trappers Loft said he's in Tennessee. He like to visit JT's yard. Love his dogs. That's what's up.
Yo,
Sage,
Ray.
what's good, bro? You trying to hop on gas? You in here? Hold on, y'all. Let me do something right quick. I'm gonna put this link in the chat.
And then I just got two of my uncles
Gas,
on
where's
board
that
too.
link, bro?
I just got two of my uncles on board. When my female drops this litter, I'm gonna throw them a couple pups off the litter, and they're gonna hold on to them until I'm ready to use them. So I'm gonna have extra siblings. I'm gonna have one female in my yard that I'm gonna take to my male, and both my uncles are gonna have a male and a female that they're gonna hold for me until I'm ready to use.
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's how you lock your genetics in. That's how you get the consistency that you're looking for. You know what I mean? Sometimes you do have to place dogs, man. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie. I won't be ready to use Solo till he's at least 2.5 years old. Solo probably be a good 2.5, almost 3 years old, man, before I really got a job for him. So I originally was gonna place him with a friend of mine, man, and that didn't work out, bro. That didn't work out, man. Lessons from the pit: maintain grip. You know what I mean? like
See,
real shit, man.
my male is 2 years old right now. If I get that opportunity to take him to his auntie, that'd be his first breeding. Now, if they don't let me do that, his first breeding won't be until another 2 years when his niece grows up, when she is produced. When his niece hits 2 years old, that's when I take them two dogs together, depending on what kind of attributes she's bringing to the table.
And you know what? Let me do this right quick because since Soul Power's on and Richie Poda rolled through, Sage in the building, I want to throw this question back out there. That's the topic, y'all. We talking about breeding, whether it's an art, whether it's a science, or whether it's just a natural, it's just nature's crapshoot. You know what I mean? So leave it in the comments, y'all. We gonna chop it up about that, man.
I think it's both art and a science.
You say an art and a science.
Yeah, personally. And
what about the nature part of it?
Well, that depends, because at that point when we, we being custodians of these dogs, are we allowing nature just to take place and we just letting dogs breed on their own? Were they working it out who's dominant and the betas and all of that, or are we having our hand in it and we breeding dogs per traits that we want?
And that's a major key. That's a major key. Like, when do we just say, all right, let the males work it out amongst themselves, and whoever comes out on top, that's who breeds? I don't think anybody's doing that these days, huh? I mean, if you know somebody that's doing that, holler at me, man. Let me know.
I don't know nobody that's doing that.
Yeah. Hey, can I salute you, Ray, man? Because prior to your channel, man, I thought these cam dogs were a strain of bullies, bloodline of bullies, so I salute the knowledge, man. I appreciate the education, brother.
And I mean, I go hard with this, man, because I made that mistake, bro. I made that mistake, man. I'm looking at this dog I had, man. Have and I was saying to myself, man, like he don't look like the typical game dog, the typical box dog I'm used to handling. You're not gonna tell me that this is a pure American Pit Bull Terrier. I don't see it. It ain't registering with me. But once I got him and I took him off the kibble and put him on the raw, and then let him hit the spring pole and a couple of other things, man, he turned into a whole different dog. And now I'm trying to prove that he's not an American Pit Bull Terrier. So I'm grit testing the dog crazy. I'm putting him through all kinds of stuff. Man, listen, man. He proved this point. That's all I'm gonna say, man. He proved this point. I don't even question him no more. He can get as fat as he want. He's one that I don't even bother him no more, man. I don't. Because no matter what the situation is, I can trust him to handle that. With my back turned. You understand what I'm saying? I don't have to say, go get him, boy. I don't have to say, boy, watch. Boy, sit. I don't have to do none of that. If it ain't looking right, I can be 30 feet away, right? He's going to handle it on the spot. He ain't, now he's better at looking at me first before he moves. But there was a time, man, where, he wasn't checking in, B. You understand? If it didn't look right, he was snatching hold of it, man. And I had to really, really learn that, like, yo, hold up. Don't put him in that position. You'll catch a felony. So when I did the joint about Star, you know how she came to me as a Hollywood bully star with this famous viral photo of her in a Santa hat and ice skates. Man, that bitch was on fire. I mean, she was on fire. Richie Poe said people think they're bullies because in the mid-2000s, people took them in that direction. It was all about the shortest, whitest dog with the biggest head. Especially when they started with the weight pulling and all of that, it became logical to have a bigger, bulkier, dog like that. But people started doing the Mastiff thing. They just, I don't know. I'm not gonna knock what anybody else does in the breeding program, but it's not for me.
Can I say this, Ray?
Shoot, bro.
When I first started breeding my dogs, I was gonna try to create my own XL American Bully. The first XL American Bully that was an athlete. That's what I was pushing for. I wanted an XL that could perform. I wasn't looking to show my dogs in the show ring. I was looking forward to take my dogs into some weight. Well, I'm still looking forward to taking my dogs into weight pool, wall climb. I want to take them to like the ADVA shows and see how they excel in them shows. That's my direction with my dogs. But I stopped calling them XL American Bullies because I'm breeding more to a band dog standards. I'm not breeding towards the XL American Bully standards. They're breeding for a companion breed, and they say the dog shouldn't be an aggressive dog.
Right.
So,
and if you really think about where that whole bully standard started, originally the idea of a bully was supposed to be a pit bull on steroids.
Yes.
Somewhere along the line, they took the drive out of the dogs and said, listen, if this dog is human aggressive or if it's animal aggressive, it doesn't fit the standard. And now it's like, whoa, what you gonna do with all of these crossbred pit bulls, man?
Yeah, that's why I moved away from the standards, because my dogs, every single dog that I used had drive and was aggressive towards another dog.
Right.
So I can't push these dogs as XL American Bullies to customers and tell them that this dog ain't gonna go after another dog, because this dog will go after another dog. So I just went ahead and go ahead and call my dogs band dogs, because their grandmother is a band dog. Their mother's mom was a band dog. I took that dog to an American Bully, took a female off of that, and took that to my Anstaff blood. I've been dealing with my Anstaff blood all the way back to 2015. I took a big brindle male to a blue female, took a black female off of that, raised that female up, waited for her to mature, took that female to another male dog that was mature that was blue, kept the male off of that, and he was a reverse blue brindle. Raised that male up, and I took that male to the female that I kept off the band dog and bully breed. Both them dogs were reverse blue brindles.
Okay.
And that's what I'm doing. I'm dealing with their offspring right now.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Peace, Dad. What's good with you, bro?
Man, what it is, Ray?
You know what it is, bro. We in the building, man, doing what we do, chopping it up.
Yeah,
I threw something out on the floor, man, and I definitely want a matter of fact, I didn't finish getting Soul Powers on insight on this, but basically, man, the question, man, is breeding an art? Is it a science, or is it just nature?
I think it's some of everything. So that's now you get more specific when you start talking about selective breeding and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because for dominant traits and traits that you're looking for, that's where the science coming at. Is nature, because you know we have to produce, but it's an art when you're going for that particular thing that the traits that you want to stand out, like it's an art. Because you know, like just like you know any other thing like boxing, you know that's our twist. It's a certain way you got to approach this to make the final product. So that's a really damn good question.
Absolutely. So now when you think about doing your breedings and so forth, man, you have an ideal in your mind that you're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, right?
Uh-huh.
Even with Sage.
Right.
Right. Now, you got some blood that you want to get in her, right?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Preserve, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you ran across another dog that had the same blood, that was in a better position in terms of, let's say, health, or maybe he was stronger, maybe he was faster, maybe he just brought more of what you were looking for, would you bypass your own blood and go outside?
Oh yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. Yep. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yes, I will. Especially if he's a reputable
elevator program. That's what it takes. You have to be willing to say, you know what, I don't have the best in terms of what I'm trying to produce. Go ahead, bro.
And especially if this person is a reputable person, he don't got to be like, because a lot of these guys I peeped are pedigree chasers. You know what I'm saying? These people would be like, oh well, they look at the pedigree. This dog got this, and that. They might not even seen this dog, but just because the pedigree is the truth, that's what they're going with. Now, when you say with that situation, hell yeah, especially if I know that this person's reputable, yeah, sure will.
I could agree with that.
So then now we're talking about that. Now you're trying to get to the art of it, right? Now you're trying to get to the art of it, because we know that once a dog goes in the heat, nature can take its course, but at the same time, science says, well, okay, my dog got the genetics I'm looking for, right? She's got the genetics I'm looking for. I can put that together. That should come out right. But the art says, hold up, that dog over there, though, he got the complete package of he is the end goal, right? And you know, that's another question in itself, man. Have you ever seen a dog, man, that you felt was the perfect dog, and just like you just needed to have that in your program?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that very last part. You said, have I ever seen?
Have you ever seen what you felt to be the perfect dog and felt like you had to have that in your program?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. See, what I wanted to do was this. My boy Farrell was supposed to have been the female out of that litter. Make a long story short, I found out about Scrappy. So what I was going to do, I was going to run her, you know, the Big Evil line, I was going to run right into the pure danger zone. Because, like I said before, Scrappy was something special, man. And this
Shout
ain't
out to my
just
king and Big Scrappy. Rest in peace. But like
he was something special.
DRHK.
And I was
shout out.
Man, I was going to run that right back into the Big Evil again, but it didn't work out that way. But Scrappy was a phenomenal dog. You know what I'm saying? In all aspects. I see this dog. I actually seen it. I put hands on him, but I actually seen this dog in person. He's something special.
And so how much Scrappy is in Sage?
Scrappy is, let me see, the mom, dad. Scrappy, I want to say, I know she's 6 times Maserati. Scrappy might be in her about 2 or 3 times. And I want to say maybe twice.
Okay.
Matter of fact, no. Gotta be more than that. Gotta be more than that because I'm thinking of mom and dad. She's inbred. Then both of, because she came off her grandfather, was bred to his niece, and then she was inbred off of that, and all of them had Scrappy in it.
Woo! That's keeping it tight,
she's,
baby.
She's very tight.
That's keeping it tight.
That's why, I was listening to y'all. I had her out. The schoolyard was open. It's normally locked, so I had to really pay attention because it's dark and people will walk up on you. Sometimes they walk in there with their dog off the leash. So I had to focus. I was listening to y'all, but I had to focus on her, because she gets real stupid when she see other things. You know what I'm saying? So,
and I just want to jump in real quick. Dapper Trapper Law said, being good at the science makes it look like art. And I like that. So I want to just add in there. But go ahead, bro.
For me, this just gonna be like a science because I don't have no pedigree behind my dogs. My dogs have no papers, so I'm building my own lineage, pretty much.
Right.
I'm starting.
Right. Let me ask you this: have you started keeping paperwork?
Yes, I have. I literally have all the documentation of every dog that I use.
So what I would suggest, as long as you have a handwritten pedigree, continue to keep that. You understand what I'm saying? Because that is your roadmap to what you're doing.
And that's exactly what my
purpose of a pedigree. The real
that's
purpose
what my boy.
Pedigree,
that's what my brother Soul Power been expressing to me.
Yeah, that's the real purpose of a pedigree. It looks nice to the public and all of that, but it's really a breeder's roadmap to what he's doing, right?
Yep.
What dog grew what is good to go back to, and then especially if you have a visual memory of these dogs, then you can say, well, no, I remember he threw that. We don't want to go back that way. Let's bring him to his sister, or let's bring him to his niece who was bred to this one over here, and let's get some of that. You know what I mean? So yeah, I definitely see you on that.
Hey, can I speak to something?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so also with the nature thing, I want to correct myself because we do need nature. Nature is a big part. We're thinking about environmental pressure. Where your dog is relative to what climate your dog is in, the food that we're giving them. All of these things do affect the breeding as well. So I just wanted to add that. That was something I was thinking about as far as yeah.
Absolutely, man. Richie Poe said that's what it's all about, breeding towards your vision. I respect people who can breed a look and demeanor that they can reproduce time and time again. Consistency.
And that's what I'm going towards.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what I'm going towards. I'm trying to put my brand in the world, you know what I'm saying? Where people know this is a Rose Kennels Behemoth bloodline dog. They see this dog, they know this is where this dog came from.
Absolutely. Dynamite Kennels said, peace to all the gods. Peace, Dynamite Kennels. Good to have you in the building, bro.
Salute to everybody in the chat.
We really at a point, man, that and I look at these dogs, man, not like they human beings, but I do look at them as kind of like children, right?
Yeah, those my grandkids out there.
Right. And I'm talking children in the sense that they can be shaped and molded and brought to a certain level. Like you can literally work to bring out the best potential in a dog. Now, if you had to say that there were, let's say, 3 concrete things that you actually do, right, to cultivate certain traits in your dogs that you want to see in your breeding program, what are those 3 things? What are the traits and what are the 3 things that you do to make sure that those traits are in place?
I actually start off with a dog. I start off with the dog early. I take it as a pup from 6 to 3 months. I'm walking this puppy to see how we're out walking in public, how he acts. If he's scaredish, or is he on guard? I'm keeping that pup around his mother, letting him learn certain things from his mother. By the time that dog gets about, I want to say 5 to 6 months, I'm working on that dog by itself now. Either it's mouth work, running it on a bike, just to see how his drive is. I'm working on commands with the dog, either it's hand signals, verbal. Just seeing how that dog is as a dog all around. Just
Okay.
If this dog is going to be the best dog that I want to move forward with.
So you're working on the communication silent as well as verbal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about you, Des? What are 3 things that you would definitely do on certain traits and characteristics that you absolutely got to have in your dogs, and 3 things that you would do to definitely bring out those traits and characteristics?
That's actually tougher than what people think. I was trying to see between confidence. I like intelligence. So intelligence and confidence. Because
I like that, bro. I like that.
I don't want a dumb dog. You know what I'm saying?
Hell no.
And I would like to take her to a dog that thinks, because, and if I'm in a situation, that dog, if it's intelligent, that dog can be intuitive. So I look at them when some people don't realize, when I got her at 6 weeks old, when people walk past the gate, she was at the gate like she could do something. 6 weeks old, man.
I was saying the same thing about Raina.
Smoke. Right. So I saw that. So I already knew right there she was confident and intelligent. And I'd seen that was going to go to a form of aggression. So now I like that. The intelligence and confidence. One of them, I might go without saying, and that was the look. And the reason why I say that, if I got to read a dog that I have, obviously the look is going to come along with that, with breeding into similar dogs. But the real important thing is intelligence, confidence, and I can't lie, I need aggression. I don't. If I wanted a soft dog, I would get a teacup. You know what I'm saying? I would get a teacup. So
you can have a little have a little Frenchie or something.
Right.
But
so
that's why.
What would you do to make sure that aggression comes out? What are some of the things that you do to make sure that natural drive is expressed?
Well, I'm gonna keep it a bean. I'm in the hood, man. So it don't take. You always gonna have an idiot with a dog.
Yeah, we ain't letting no outsiders in.
So when you got an idiot with a dog, that right there is going to see, okay, now that's a dog. What are you going to do? I watch her. I seen at a very, very young age, she was trying to go at dogs. But sometimes that can also be, unless it's really proven, sometimes that can be a false
right. It could be a whole lot of mouth. She thinks she want it, but she don't know who she wants till she actually get it.
Yeah.
Until, sometimes you see certain things, like you get idiots sometimes that want to walk close and you got to move away. And I see her scratching and her paws bleeding and she don't let it go. And she's doing that high scream. So I think the intelligence, I had a man tell me, well, with certain dogs, you can't do this because they're too hot. No, the intelligence is when I can go across the street, and I did this with her at a young age. She was about maybe, I want to say 3-4 months. I was able to cross the street while a car was coming, and she would sit there and don't move.
I remember when you was working with her, man. The first couple of videos you put out, man. You was really working with her to make sure, man, like she had that stay thing down pat, man.
I would do the length of a football field from goal line to goal line and make her sit down and stay. And I would call her.
Business,
then I would tell her to come on, and then tell her to stop. I would tell her to stop. Like if I'm like, come on, let's go. She might run 20 yards. I'm like, stop. And she's going so fast, she got and she stopped. And I'm like, drop. And she'll get down. See, the intelligence, I need a dog that's going to listen to me too, because we already know that they naturally made with aggression. We know that. So now you got to be able to control the fire. You have to control that fire. Right. If you can't control it, you know what I'm saying? If you can't control that fire, you're going to have a situation.
Right.
See,
but you might end up having anyway, but you want to be in control of that situation.
This is what I started doing with my boy.
Because honestly, I said some of the same stuff earlier, and I want people to understand this ain't just me talking, man. You know what I mean?
This is what I did with my boy. I'll be doing this with my boy. I make him get on my kid's slide.
Right.
Make him stay. I tell him sit down, wait. He knows what I got his tennis ball in my hand. He's watching the tennis ball in my hand. I go to the back of my shed. I slap the back of my shed with the ball. Here, go and wall climb that motherfucker.
Right.
Nice.
Like
then I tell him go
even
back.
When
I'll tell him to go back and sit down. Wait.
Right.
And we'll do it as a routine. And then I taught him
the exercises are exactly what I'm talking about. These are the things that you do to actually improve your breeding program. So when Bando was asking a question earlier about price and you know what you sell a dog for, these are the types of things that go into,
I heard him.
Right, developing a dog that people don't pay for. Right, people don't realize this is why I charge what I charge, because of these things. But I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
The blood, sweat, and tear that we poured into these dogs as we training them.
And somebody made a comment earlier about Shetland dogs. Why do you think? And I forgot who said the comment. I read it. It said about the Shetland dogs because the intelligence and the physicality. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you want: the physicality and the intelligence. That's what you're paying for. So if people see that this dog can work at the same time, get aggressive, but be manageable and under control, that's intelligence plus the physicality. I'm about to have her hit the spring pole and all that, and that's somebody said Shetland. That was a perfect example. That's why when them dogs hit that stage, they cost so much more. You're paying for a package,
right?
And Ray, you say the best. You pay for
their breeding programs. They are more scientific. In other words, the dogs have to pass a series of mental and physical tests in order to be considered fit for breeding, right? And you know, part of that is the Schutzhund training. So that's a very scientific approach, right? Yeah. But I'm talking about the kinds of things, man, that bring breeding to an art, right? I'm talking about the kinds of things, man, that really put the twist on it and really add value and flavor to a breeding. Like, for example, I can say confidently after my work with my dogs that I'll be able to produce a litter of dogs that they're inclined to track scents, to find game and take down game, and they'll be able to track scents individually, right? So now we're working on individualized scents. We're not just doing, you know, oh yeah, there's a bunch of scents out there, go out and you know, you get nose happy, right? No, now I want you on this one, and I want you to follow that. And so all the dogs at this point have been demonstrating a nice ability to be able to do that, man. So these are the things that you actually, these are the things, the little things, man, that you actually stop and take time to do with the dog to make sure that these things are being honed to the dog's greatest potential. And when a person is looking at this dog, they don't understand this work that you done put in. They don't understand, like you out in 15-degree weather, bro. You out here in 5-degree weather. When everybody else is up in the house, eating fried chicken and gravy, you out here working the dog.
I got a video.
That's just my take on that. Go ahead,
I got a video of my boy. We took off for a whole hour, you feel me? Took off through the train tracks, went all the way to the canal, you feel me? This boy jumped in the motherfucking canal for the first time. I ain't never took him swimming before, and he kind of panicked when he jumped in, but he started swimming. And he
Do
came.
you know your dog
I was
doesn't know what
encouraging
it
him.
can do until you teach it?
I was
Your
encouraging him.
dog
I'm
does
like,
not
good
know.
boy. I'm like, good boy. Come on, boy. Good boy. Come on. And he
At the end
started
of the
swimming,
day,
bro. And
the dogs don't know their own potential. That's your role as a dog, man.
he
Dog
dove in there
doesn't know
though.
its
Like
potential, man.
you know how when in the shows where the dog had to run and jump over something,
Right.
he did one of them jumps into the canal.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And I never seen him jump like take off and jump and leap like that.
Right.
I seen
They
him
call
always
it
do a
dock
vertical. I
diving.
seen him always do a vertical jump.
Right. They call it dock diving. But yeah, man, it's a very real thing, man. You don't know what's in the dog until you work the dog, until you spend time with the dog, till you put the dog in different situations and environments, right? Speaking of that, Dapper Trapper Loft said, I think the environment, food, coaching, etc., is still part of the science because you control all that. And that is what brings the most out of what you have created.
Like even from the last time you had me on, I lessened the kibble that I feed, and I up the more raw that I feed now. And now I'm implementing different things in the feed now, like coconut oil, cottage cheese, different little stuff that I see that's working for my dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, bro.
I appreciate that, brother.
Listen, bro, it's all love because it's a process. It's a process we all go through, man. Like I didn't start off when I first started feeding raw. I thought, you throw the dog a chicken leg and that's good.
Right.
Throw a leg quarter, he good. You know what I mean? That's feeding raw. No, because what
you was telling me
is that pure protein.
You was like you didn't feed your dogs a lot of kibble, and I was like, damn. That shit kind of made me feel like, damn, I need to look at what the fuck I'm doing and evaluate what I'm doing with my dogs.
That's pure raw feed, and look at the size on them. They not missing no meals, bro.
And
what type of dogs? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it though. What type of dogs do you have?
I got band dogs, brother.
Oh, you do band dogs? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I like them.
I've been trying to create, like when I first came into the game, I was trying to create my own athletic American bully. You feel me? I wanted to create an XL American bully that was athletic, but with the American bully scene, the dog can't be aggressive.
Right.
My dogs carry drive and they're animal aggressive, and they will protect you. They will protect you from another person too. I did an agitation video. I did an agitation video of my dog. I had one of my homeboys come up with a mask and with a pole in his hand.
Right.
Not no sleeve work. I don't believe in sleeve work. We did the real deal. My homeboy came up acting like he was gonna do something. My dog flared up on him.
Yeah.
Flared up on him. I had him double tied. I had him on a collar and a harness. He was double tied, so I made sure he could get to my boy. But he showed me what he was about. He made me proud.
That's what I'm talking about. You saw what you wanted to see.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to add to what you were saying, right? Now, I did hear with the band dogs, they actually got a registry for them. I already got a couple registries for them, actually.
Oh, really?
Did you ever think about that?
What'd you say? I couldn't really hear you, brother.
Oh, sorry. They were saying that they actually have registries for them. So any handwritten paperwork that you have, that can be your move right there, because I know that's going to be the next thing. Because band dogs, I did a little research on them, how they got their name, and they are actually good guardians. And, when people were having locked the day and have them released at night to guard the property.
And that's what I do with my boy. He runs the yard loose at night to make sure no strays get in here to stick my female.
That channel, Bando for Life, is an excellent idea, is an excellent example of what you can do with a band dog.
I like Bando.
You understand what I'm saying?
I like Bando.
Bando's dogs, they come more on the pit bull side because he breeds the pit bull side heavier. Now, if you want to see what the larger band dog looks like, I want to say American Sentinel Canines.
Lee Robinson.
Yeah, he got him. Yep.
Canines.
That was a good call. Yep. He got some nice dogs.
So, he got the bigger band dogs, which you can see the two different, both band dog programs, but you can see the differences. You can see, man, where he's breeding.
I pay attention to
pit bull, lean, look where Lee Robinson, he want that size in his dogs.
Lee Robinson implemented some of that Soros blood in his line too.
Right.
That.
But he knows to get the very best pit bull stock if you're gonna start, with a band dog program. You know what I mean? Like, go both ways.
Yes. Yep.
I'm thinking about, honestly, bro. Like right now, and these are the things that kill me. I watch breeders for years. I will watch a breeder for years, bro. And when I see them put out certain breeders, it's almost like I've got a dialed in radar for their work. Because when they put breedings on the ground, their work is so phenomenal, man. It leaves you twitching now, right? Like
chills.
I need to do something, but I ain't in position to do that. But I need to do something. Like, those are the breedings I like. To me, that's what really preserves the game, right? It makes a motherfucker say, I gotta get one of those somehow, some way. I ran across a breeding that brings back Sherman Tank, right? Brings back Duke on one side, Sherman Tank on the other. Pure. Listen, Kilo know what I'm talking about.
Actually doubled up though.
I think Makin may know what I'm talking about. Pure. The dog is called Gator, Red Gator. But I'm gonna do a little thing on it. I'm gonna do a little thing on the breeding, man, because it is truly. It like epitomizes of what I'm talking about when I talk about breeding being taken. Nature does it, then man applies his science, and ultimately, man, it's got to get to the level of an art, right? And this breeding typifies that, man. Red Icon, Clint Harden from Red Icon, he did a breeding, man, brother-sister breeding on 2 line bred dogs, tight line bred. One line bred on Sherman Tank, the other line bred on Duke.
Well,
and then of course you got your red hot mythology shit in the mix. Like when I tell you this is a masterful breeding, and then what really makes it masterful is you have to see the dog, right? The sire, boom boom. He's just a specimen. And then when you see the dam,
I want to check that out.
Yeah,
I want to check that out.
I'm gonna drop it because when you see the dam and
the
pup,
I don't have no social media. It's on like IG. I don't have no social media. So,
man, bro.
But you know what too? You know that Tank and were brothers. Tank and the Duke were brothers.
Oh yeah. They was both off of KGB. Yeah, they was both off of KGB. But Tank was a Camelot, right? Duke was in Art's hands. He was a Camelot dog, but Tank wasn't. And that is what makes the breeding so masterful, right? The brother didn't stop at just one line or one vein. He went out and got that. And you can tell he went out and got it and put it together, man. And I love it. I love it, bro.
That's a hell of a breeding, yo.
Bro.
We gotta talk, right? That's a hell of a breeding, cuz.
Bro, when I tell you like this is yo, man, it don't get no better than this, man. It don't get no better than this. Yeah, I'm mad as hell because we ain't got the space right now. I'm mad as hell.
Right.
There's 2 litters on the ground right now that I should absolutely have dogs off of. One is a 4-time animal breeding by KBF Pitts, Matt Preston and KBF Pitts, and then the other one is the Red Gator breeding, boom boom the Chloe, by Red Icon and Clint Harden, bro. And both of them dudes have had Havoc, which is my boy's father. Both of them dudes have had Havoc. Yeah, both of them dudes have had Havoc at one point. You know what I mean? And have had blood off of Havoc. So I'm trying to tie in, bro. I'm trying to tie in. This is what I mean when
that'd be an excellent line reading.
Yo, trying to take it to that level of the art, man. You understand? That level of the art, man, it's elusive, bro. But man, you got some cats out there that's nailing it right now, and I love it. I love it. I think it's major, bro.
Right.
Hold on, let me see something.
That's a hell of a breeding.
Hold on, let me go back and catch some of these comments, man.
No doubt.
All right, boom. Let me see. Richie Poe said, I like this guy. Keep it 100% real. I've been in these dogs since the 90s, and that's the first person I've ever heard say I breed band dogs. Salute to you, bro. Real talk, bro.
Facts.
Rose, I think. Oh, wait a minute. There you go. He back in there.
Yeah, wifey
All
had
right,
text
bro.
me. Wifey text me, let me know she made it to work. My bad. My shit had dropped
That's
out.
all right.
Okay.
Richie
Hey,
Poe,
so
give you a shout
my
out.
boy
He said,
Richie Poe, I appreciate that, bro. I was listening the whole time when Ray was just saying that, man. I really appreciate it, man. I got nothing to lie
absolutely, bro.
about. Everything that I use in these dogs, man, I put it on my channel. I shared it with everyone. Um, I just want to show good dogs, you know what I'm saying, and show what
That's
I
all
use,
it's about.
what I'm trying to create. My vision of a dog, you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Absolutely. When you
Can't hate
dedicate
that.
to that vision, you better believe you're gonna shine. When
Yeah,
you
I'm very
dedicate to that
dedicated. I'm
vision,
very
it's gonna
dedicated to my
shine.
dogs, man. This is my pride, my joy. Like my parents would tell you, man. My dad, he taught me everything that I know about the dogs all the way up until I was 12 years old. But my mom would tell you that's all I had was a dog.
Heard
Yep.
I always had a dog.
Facts.
Like I've been very passionate. I've been very passionate about this for a
Richie
long
Poe
time.
said, "Oh, I know what a band dog is. Just over the years, 99.9% of the people breeding band dogs will call them an American Pit Bull Terrier or American Bully or whatever because they're scared people will shy away." Real talk.
But it's a
Man,
whole
band
but it's a
dog.
whole but it's a whole lane for them too though. I know a lot of people that deal with band dogs. There's a whole lane for them.
Listen,
So I don't know why people, you know.
my introduction to like the box game, like back in 93, 94, came from a band dog and a little red-nosed pit.
Wow.
Yeah, and I saw that band dog, you know, in all appearances and what they call his phenotype, you know, his physical type, he was definitely a pit bull. I think me and Bang's statement was chopping it up about this on his channel. But
Yes, I was listening. I was chimed in for that.
Davo, man, was a big black pit bull mastiff mix, man, that looked like a pure pit. He was what we called back then a king pit, right? But he was a band dog. I watched this dog go down under 3 dogs, man, and he never made a sound, never made a bad sign. He just came up shaking, bro. He just came up shaking, and when it was over, what he was shaking was retired. Mama came out the house at that's it for her. Bring her in the house. She's it. She was known to stop dogs. When I say stop dogs, I don't mean they got a chance to quit on her. So when I saw that, like the band dog has really been bred. And honestly, I believe Corvino's Braddock. I think that dog was like a 15-time winner or something. I believe that dog was a band dog. If you look at his jaws hang so heavy, man. I'm like, are you sure that's not mastiff? But if you really take a look, go back and check that dog out. Corvino's Braddock, Braddock. I think he's like a 15-time winner, man. Look at the jaws on that.
Was that black dog? Is he black?
He was like a black brindle. I think he was a black brindle.
I saw that dog.
Listen, man.
Front though. There's another dog too that was questionable. I saw it was a Hammond's bred dog. I forgot the name of it. He looked like he had some bloodhound in him.
Oh yeah. So can I ask this?
Who was this?
I'm sorry. No, not bloodhound. That was another dog. I'm sorry. It was a Hammond's bred dog. I'm gonna do the research, get you the exact name. Not that dog. I mean, not the bloodhound. Sorry, it looked like it had whippet in it. This dog was so skinny with a slim head. It put you in a mind frame, kind of like saying, the dog on The Simpsons, Santa's helper. He had a slim face, slim body. He looked like he was crossed with whippet. Of course, you know, you don't know what nobody do in their backyard, and I'm not accusing him of that. But what I'm saying, that dog looked like he had some whippet in him. And you don't know if they bred that in him for the athletics, the speed, because you know them guys was chasing game and all that stuff. So you know.
You know they do breedings like that though. They take a greyhound to a pit and they call that a bull lurcher.
I see that. I definitely see
You
that.
know, like they use a pit bull for so much, bro. They use the pit bull for a lot, man. So I'm not
Even the
surprised.
Wichita Bulldog,
But that's it. I
the
didn't know
OD
that, but
Bulldog,
I'm not surprised. That's
the
crazy,
OD
man.
Bulldog got a pit bull in it.
Yeah.
So Brandon Blue asked, when are you gonna have some pups on the ground? Camelot. Brandon Blue, I was just talking about
Soon.
some pups that are on the ground right now. And I would say to you, don't wait for Imperial Flame pups. Go get those pups. Those pups that are on the ground, look up KBF Pits. He has a 4-time animal breeding. Highly recommended. I run the animal blood here. I got the animal blood. It is good blood. You understand?
Yeah.
And he's been
Yeah.
doing it way longer than I've been doing it. You know what I mean? I have the dogs I have because of him. So definitely go check out Matt Preston, KBF Pits. And also check out Red Icon, Clint Harden of Red Icon Kennels. He's got a pure 100% KBG breeding on the ground. It's like, oh my, when I say pure 100% KGB, I'm just saying like all roads lead to the great granddaddy of them all, Kubar's Golden Bud, and that's what that brother got on the ground. You know what I mean? And those are pups that are on the ground right now. You can find both of them on Facebook. Go check out United Red Nose World. Look for Can't Be Faded Pits. Can't Be Faded is spelled with a K, KBF. And then Red Icon Kennels. I'm pretty sure you're going to find what you're looking for, Brandon Blue. Dapper Trapper's Law say he got the sister to the male KBF Pits just bred. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. Look at that. Come on, yo. This is a crossroads for Camelot, baby.
Right.
But you have to understand that if you can appreciate the Camelot dog, if you can appreciate a dog with size and drive that works well in the woods, then you can appreciate a man dog. You understand what I'm saying? It's not hard. It's not a far leap, bro. They just did an excellent job with this OFRN blood, man, and really honing it in. Whereas, you know, I don't know of a band dog program that has had longevity. You know
That's
what I mean?
that's what I was gonna ask you, brothers. So with my line of dogs, all right, starting with the M staff stuff, we took a brindle male to a blue female.
Okay.
Kept the black female off of that.
Right.
Took her to a blue male, and we got reverse blue brindle.
Okay.
So I know I got a lot of blue coming from the M staff side. Now on the other side, the dog's mother side, the grandmother was a band dog. She was a brindle. I took her to a blue brindle bully.
Okay.
The mother to that bully was a blue female.
Okay.
So me knowing that, will I predominantly produce blue dogs, or would I throw blue, brindle, and maybe get some black in there?
I definitely see that. To me, from my research and knowledge, you know, blue was a recessive trait.
See, this bitch just moved me, right? Y'all see that shit? This bitch just pushed me way out the picture.
That's Raina?
Yeah, man.
Something else, man.
That bitch
That
just
girl
woke up and
something
said, hey, what you doing? What you doing? Why you ain't over here fucking with me? Because you over here fucking with me. Go get down, girl. Go ahead.
That girl's something else, man.
Yeah, this is my baby, yo.
Kind of hard to
But I'm
tell.
sorry. Go ahead, Black.
But
I ain't mean to interrupt.
He
Or let her
definitely-
interrupt.
I mean, the way
Good
he
girl.
going back with the blue to brindle. So that might be kind of where your traits might come in it. But don't forget that blue throws a lot of other things too. You mess around, get black, you get a buckskin, like you can get all, and then that's really important to I tell people too. When you look at the dogs you bred, and if you know ancestry on them, it might even shock you sometimes too.
Like
might-
say, all right, with on the M staff side, the blue female, she threw a lot of black dogs, blue brindle dogs, and buckskins. Her daughter the black female does the same thing.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Yep.
Now, with the band dog female, she produced black puppies and reverse blue brindles. the mother to my dogs, she produced a whole litter of reverse blue brindles, and
Wow.
blue brindles and buckskins.
Okay.
You know,
Man, I
the
see
color,
that
the color part
that
of it
blend.
is really the nature part of it. Honestly,
Right.
I do know that there's certain genetic I guess pairings, right? Certain genetic chromosomes and whatnot, like when they appear a certain in the dog's what's the name, they are definitely dominant, right? And so brindle patterns tends to be a dominant pattern. So once you got that, like you're gonna see like that brindle gets thrown. That brindle definitely gets thrown.
So I'm a predominantly probably throw the brindle gene more than they'll throw the blue gene.
You'll
And you
get your
might get blue
solid,
brindle.
you'll get your solids. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up with some seal color stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I'm not really, like I said, the color part of it to me is nature. What come out of there, come out of there. You understand what I'm saying? If I was really just worried about strictly red dogs, then I wouldn't have got Raina. You understand what I'm saying? Like she's a blonde bitch. You know what I mean? So it's not really a thing to be about color. Where
She remind me of that kind of like almost like that cream color red back in the day.
Yeah.
Like
right.
like a little touch darker.
She's not terribly different from like I could see her crossed with like some red boy shit and throwing exactly that look. You know what I mean? But my whole shit with her is that she has all the tools, right? So all I need to know about this bitch now is what kind of producer is she? And that part I can't control. That's nature. Right? I can't control what kind of producer she's gonna be. However, I can nurture in her affection and teach her what it is to care for something. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She knows what it is to chase something down and put it to, put it out of his misery, but she also needs to be able to learn what it is to care for things. You know what I mean? Because if you're gonna breed her, you want to make sure she got that in her. You don't want her looking at her pups and prey. You know what I mean? She turned on the pups, then she ain't no good. So that's kind of my thing, man. She definitely she showed me everything we want to see, bro. Everything we want to see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on. Richard said, real talk, truth be told, the old school game dog guys consider Camelot dogs man dogs. I run in both circles. Was the vice president of the APDR Florida. And them old school game dogs guys wasn't having it.
Come here.
That's why I say the Camelot dog is a one-off, man. It's too hard to explain, man. That size, that bulk, that power. You understand what I'm saying?
That's nice.
It is too hard to really say. And once you used to handling them little 40-pound box dogs, but people fail to realize those box dogs were bred in that direction for specific purposes, right? You wanted those dogs to be easy to handle. They were supposed to be people docile, right? People submissive. They were supposed to be light, easy to feed, easy to take care of. A lot of those dog men back in them days, they was dirt poor. They wasn't really like, they wasn't flossing. You understand? So feeding a whole bunch of dogs wasn't really a good thing. So they kept their dogs light for purposes. Of course, it made good in the box and all of that, but that's if you're breeding that kind of dog. If you're breeding a dog that needs to be in the woods hunting larger game, then you go ahead and you feed them dogs. You don't starve them dogs. You feed those dogs, man. You understand? And you make sure that they can carry that weight, that they build good muscle, that they have good stockiness and good structure. You understand? So that's the type of thing that like if you're gonna do it, that's where you want to head with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're my babies right there.
Yeah, they look good, man.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
But you know what? The reason why I like the camera, they're versatile. And what I mean by that is, They are a little big, some of them, but the versatility is, I've seen cam dogs that look like they can go in the box, and then you got something that's big enough to be a man stopper. Not saying the smaller dog cannot be a man stopper. That's not what I'm saying. But if I had to choose between a 45 and an 85-pound dog that's built nicely as my man stopper, I'm probably gonna go with the 85-pound dog.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, if that dog is agile, can move, and all of that, like, if that's what you're breeding for, absolutely. One of the things about Camelot, man, is that I found that like all I did was pick up a sleeve. I ordered a sleeve, man, and the minute I touched that shit, my dogs went ape shit. And I'd never showed a sleeve to either one of these dogs before.
Right.
That's what you're getting in the genetics. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the dogs have it ingrained in their DNA so goddamn deep. You don't have to, like there's a whole part in bite work where you teach the dog to bite, or you have to encourage the bite in the dog. Not with a Camelot dog. You understand?
Right.
You don't have to encourage
no
bite. You have to discourage the bite. You have to literally, like I've done the videos where they automatically look to my cam dogs, man. Literally, Raina, she comes up, she grabs me by the forearm and like tries to pull me out the chair. Like, come on, let's go. She's not doing it to try to hurt me. She's not doing it to shake my shit. But she's gonna let me know, like, I need to want to work. Right. I need to know. That's very, very real with these dogs. When I had Raina out earlier, Raina's she's never been socialized with children. I don't have small kids around me. You know what I mean? While I do have neighbors that have small children, they're not really into dogs at all. So they don't even allow their kids to come around. So I was walking Raina earlier, and these little kids was playing in front of their house. Their house had like a little hill on it where they were sliding down on the snow and all of that. And the littlest one wanted to come running up to Raina like, with all it. And I'm like, no, you can't do that, right? Because we don't know this about her yet. We don't know enough about Raina to say that she doesn't see that small child as prey, especially when a child is running and screaming and just having a good old time and throwing snow at the dog. Like, literally, the little girl picked her and threw snow with Raina. And so, right.
See, I try to teach my two sons.
I had to literally sit Raina down. I had to sit Raina down while these two little girls continue to approach as I'm telling them not to. You understand what I'm saying? So now I got to sit Raina down, make sure she's very calm, but her ass got socialized today. You understand what I'm saying? Because you can't afford those types of things. Now, all I wanted was a hunting animal. I was breeding her to be a working dog. I wasn't really worried about her socialization with human beings because she's mine and she's going to throw mine. You understand what I'm saying? She's going to be so plugged into me that other human beings are not necessarily part of the equation. That's the way I want my female, especially my brood bitch. That's just me. I want my brood bitch so dialed into me that all she knows is me. And so other human beings, other people will always be in a situation where they can approach if you allow, but not necessarily where they can approach if you're not present. Now, the idea of socializing Raina today for those two little girls was not in my plan. You understand what I'm saying? I wasn't concerned with Raina being socialized with human beings. The fact that I had to do that, you understand what I'm saying? I had to do that because now it's a question of her own survival. We don't ever want her in a situation where little kids is running and screaming and she hasn't been taught that, okay, this, you know what I mean? You allow this, you tolerate this, you let them come, you let them smell you, you let them touch you, you smell them, that kind of shit. Because if not, man, that's a problem, man.
My male dog, he's been
True.
socialized with my sons ever since they came home from NICU because they're the same age. They're all 2. So when the female came back, I've been socializing her with my sons now. And she wasn't around kids. She wasn't raised like my male dog either. So I've just been working on her a lot lately. You feel me? Like trying to give her the same exercises as my male dog, making sure she's going around the boys, like getting to know them and everything. Like, cause they love the dog. They like me. They want to be around the dogs. They want to learn everything about them and shit. So I try to, me as a responsible owner and a parent, I try to make sure that the dogs are put up and not just running around while my sons are running around. And I kind of let one dog out at a time, and I let them go around the kids.
Right, exactly.
I got big dogs. My son,
man. It is a process.
I got 2 little toddlers in there. All it takes is for a second for the prey drive to kick in and something happen. And then I'm going to have to do what I got to do as an owner.
Yeah, now that's another thing too. I agree with that. But I think too, like with a sound temperament, that's one thing these dogs was known for too, is being a nanny dog. You know what I'm saying? With them being a nanny dog, they was able to differentiate. Like these was the same dogs that was in the pit, but like I said, these people wasn't rich, so these was their personal dogs. You know what I'm saying? So I you know, my thing is, I'm not even gonna sit here and lie to you. When my kids was little, my dog's been around since they was babies, and I ain't gonna sit here and lie to you. I had a situation break out before between the 2 males. My daughter might have been like 2, my son might have been like 3. And honestly, I never got to a point where I thought prey drive was going to kick in enough like that, because these dogs are actually more intelligent than what we give them credit for. Like, honestly, I can't tell you how to, you know, run your situation. I'm just saying from my personal experience, I done had my dogs have situations with each other and don't even bother the kids. Or after they finish doing what they're doing, they right up under the kids. It's like, all right, you know, they know that, all right, you my folks.
Yeah, they know the difference. Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. They know the difference.
Know the difference.
Like with my male dog, if he's out with my boys and say a stranger goes walking past on the sidewalk, he will walk in front of them and his hair will stick up, and he will watch that person as they walk by.
Okay.
Like he's very protective.
He's doing his job.
But that's because he's been raised with them from the age of 3 months all the way up until now.
Yeah, I definitely think.
Have you leaving your room? No.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy,
I'm
yo.
walking to desk.
Oh shit. Where Ray go?
I don't know. He should be coming back.
My bad, y'all.
There you go.
I just had to clean this thing up right quick. Hold up, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Go ahead, y'all. We good. We good.
I didn't have it.
But yeah, I try to do the best thing, like as a parent and the owner with my sons. Like I could allow my male with them, and he'd be fine. He gonna chill with them, you feel me? But the girl dog, she I gotta watch her, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't want her to go after something else and then try to go back, like, and she's so riled up she goes after the boys. So she doesn't really like take too many long loose interactions with the boys. It's short, and then I put her back up.
Right. You have to be conscious of the fact, man, that dogs can be just boisterous, and they don't know how much a kid can handle, right? So the dog might just be playing and grab the kid's coat or grab the kid's, arm or whatever, just playing, and the kid starts screaming, gets nervous, whatever, and then that situation turns completely south. I've seen that happen before too. So you definitely like I once knew like a little kid, man, and it was ridiculous how he could play with my dogs because he was just a roughhouse. Like there was nothing they did, nothing he did that they were bothered by or that he was bothered by. But that was the only little kid I ever seen like that, B.
That's how I
That's what
always
you
is.
get. Most other little kids, when the dogs start getting boisterous and they start like they they take off, man. Like that's too big.
I was like 4 or 5 years old, going in the backyard by myself with two adult game dogs. Like my dad, he had a big chocolate pit, and then he had she was a cow pattern, like she was white and black. She had the cow patterns, and her name was Panda Girl. My the other one was named Nutso, but Nutso was probably like 2 years old. Panda Girl was probably like a year, and I was like 4 or 5 years old. I used to go out there by myself with them dogs, and they didn't do nothing to me at all.
Okay.
And my dad, he went to jail one time. My dad went to jail one time, and Nutso ended up getting off the chain, and I was the only one that could get Nutso back in the yard.
Wow.
Like he ripped the whole.
I'm gonna throw this out there right quick because Dapper Trapper's question been up there for a minute. He said, "Are the cam dogs with the Whopper Chevy blood truly band dogs?" And so far as we know, it is a fact. They are truly band dogs. Not to say that they are bad dogs,
right?
You know what I mean?
Right.
Now, if you are looking for that type of stuff, I would say there was a dude by the name, he called his outfit Firelines Pits, and he had a dog. I think he had the Deacon dog and a couple of others. But when you want to see big, functional, athletic, like muscular, like like just a little bit too much dog for me, honestly. Yeah, that's what that dude had. That's like, what that dude had. I mean, easily
like
them dogs.
My male, that's the biggest I ever go. My male dog is the biggest I
ever. How much your male weigh?
How much does he weigh? I haven't got him weighed, but I measured him. He's 22 inches tall with a 23-inch head. I give or take that he's probably about. I'll give or take he's from 95 to maybe 110 pounds, nothing more.
I didn't even tell you to come out. Go sit
down. Did you hear me, fam?
Yeah, she's being stupid. Yeah, I heard you. Now, how old is this dog?
Both of them are 2 years old. Both of them are 2. They're litter mates.
If I tell you again, go in there, sit down. Because yeah, her she
Richie Poe, thank you, Knoxville. That's what I was thinking of, Mr. Fine Lines and the Knoxville blood. Go check that out if you like a band dog with if you like the Cam Chevy band dog thing. Those are great dogs. Those are great dogs.
But also, I want to throw in there, but there ain't too much of that around at all. The Big Evil lines was throwing big dogs too. I had a boy that was about 23 and a half inches at the withers. His head was measured at 26 and a half. You know what I'm saying? He was a big boy. The juggernaut. His head got measured at I went to the Woodstown show, and at the Woodstown show, they had but it wasn't the ADBA one. It was one of them bully ones. That's why I said I would never go back to one of them again because everybody there is so friendly.
Yeah.
Like,
everybody's so friendly.
I know exactly how he feels though, bro.
It's not a good look. It's not a good look to bring a cam dog to a bully show, bro.
Yeah, I almost had situations a couple times because
I didn't go to a show, but I just took, like, remember how I just told you I took my boy to the canal?
Well, hold on. I'm sorry. Des, finish saying what you were saying, bro. My bad. Give me 1 second, bro.
So they had like a little fun show, and it was an exhibition of they had different competitions. Like one was this, one was like the biggest head. So I was just messing around because somebody was like, "Yo, India dog," and they measured his head. And he clearly won it. But the problem on the flip side was, like, in them shows, people walk right up on you. They don't. There's no consciousness in them. They'll walk right up on you
because they don't expect the dog to be aggressive.
Well, it was like maybe 90 degrees. He's hot. He's breathing heavy, and somebody a male dog was within a foot of him. And he turned around and almost grabbed him. I said I would never. That's when I said it's time to go. I'm gonna catch a case because I said I would never ever go to one of these shows again. But he had to, like I said, Big Evil with himself was a big dog. And I would like the combination. I want the big dog, but I want athleticism. I just don't want a big dog. You know what I'm saying?
Actual facts. Actual facts. You know, man, it's one of those things where I'm sorry, but you started to say something. Hey, look,
Yeah,
Watch myself.
yeah. What I know exactly how he
He
feels,
was talking.
but I wasn't at a bully show though. I took the dogs to the canal. I had the male and female with me. Had them on their tethers. So we get to the canal. I let them loose to do their thing. Let them off leash. It's a park on the other side of the canal. So this older black lady, she has her dog, but it's on a muzzle. It's a blue. I said, "Can you grab your dog and put it on the leash, please?" Because it's a hole through the gate where the dogs can get to each other. She starts going off at me. "You worry about your dogs. You take your dogs back to the car." And all I asked was her to put your dog on the leash. That was all. And I had control of my dogs. Like I literally grabbed both my dogs up and put them back on the tether. And then when she started yelling at me, that made my dogs react and start trying to make me like pull me over there.
You know, my thing is like I don't even play with people. You know what I mean? If I see dogs running off the leash, I give you one warning. You got dogs? And that's it.
Yeah, that's why I
put up on my shit. I'm not apologizing. And I'm not gonna work too hard to get them off.
Because I was on live.
Me neither.
I was on live.
One of the things that like even with my dogs, I know if I got them off leash, I need to be on their ass. You know what I mean? I need to be on their ass. Ain't no such thing as they off leash 100 feet away from
Hell
me.
no. Hell no.
Like,
They're
at
right
the end of the day, right. If I got you off leash, we rolling together. And the only time I really let them off leash is when, you know, we are definitely tracking game. Like we on a mission. We on a mission. Like I like to say. So if they're on a mission, I know that their nose is to the ground, that they focused on the mission. You understand? That's cool. But other than that, I really don't trust that, man, with people just, you know, walking up and all that. My dog, I don't have those kind of dogs.
Yeah, I'm not taking them to the canal no more. We have a nature preserve out here. It's called Wind Wolves Preserve. Me, my wife, and my sons, we just went hiking out there and did about 3 miles. I'm gonna start taking my boy out there because he's registered as a service dog, and the rangers be out there. So that's why I'm only be taking him with me, not his sister, because I don't have her registered yet. I don't have her registered as a service dog yet. Because the property that I live in,
they don't allow dogs in the nature preserve.
Well, they allow them on the leash, but just I don't want to deal with no controversy behind my dog. You feel me? So that's why I'll be only taking my service dog with me. But the property that I live on, we can't have the type of breed of dog that I have. So that's why I have them registered as service dogs, just to keep them off my back.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
and see, like you got to understand.
No, I get his ID for you right now. I'll show you.
This whole shit is like there's really a movement to ban certain types of dogs, man. There's really a movement to ban pit bulls and pit bull breeds, man. Like that's some shit that's been in work so long. It's not even funny, man. Where they sitting there trying to ban shit like that. That it's if you got this breed, bro, the best thing you really do, man, is get you some land, man. Get off to yourself, man, and get away from society. That's and it's fucked up to even say that, but like that's where we at. That's where we at with it, man. That's where I'm at with it.
Or I'm not taking no chances with my dogs. Like what I told you earlier,
bro. I had my own property, had my dogs in the backyard. My neighbors would literally call the police and spy into my yard from their yard with the police, like peeking over the fence, like recording what my dogs was doing. Like, hold the fuck up, yo. Like, seriously? Whatever happened to privacy? Like, what happened to personal space? I own that property. You understand what I'm saying?
People.
And even the cops said, yo, listen, you know, they can do all of that they want to, but they can't do no more than that. Your dogs are tethered, they in your yard, they on your property. You know what I mean? Like, they can't say shit. But it was really a fucking issue. Even to this day, bro. I've had people show up to where I house my dogs now, and they straight police knocking on my door trying to find out where's the guy who owns the dog. And my
Y'all
dogs
are
don't even
asleep.
take shit.
I will wake y'all up. So
My
make sure
dogs
you
ain't
do
doing
everything.
nothing to nobody.
Call me.
It's so fucking crazy right now that it's just like, you know what? If the dogs are not given a purpose, if the dogs are not shown as purposeful working dogs, man, we are not going to have a breed to work with.
That's why I got the right kennel setups for them. I got them housed properly. Like I show on my channel, I try to make it like me documenting how I take care of my dogs, how I work my dogs, how I feed them, how I clean up after them. Just all the basis of taking care of a dog. Like I try to show that with the community on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Like, there's a lot to it, man, and a lot of people just think that, you know, dogs.
Somebody always gonna have something to say, bro. There's a lot of haters out here. Somebody's always gonna have something to say. I don't care if you do everything right to society, quote unquote society. Somebody always gonna have something to say.
Yeah, like that's why I moved away from the chain setups, because when I was showing the dogs on the channel, they would be like, "Why do you have the dog tethered?" Well, I have the dog tethered because it's keeping this dog from harming another animal or a human. That's why I had the dog tethered. These dogs don't sit on the tether all day. They get time to run. I showed dogs running loose on the yard.
But you know, at the end of the day, bro, I'll be honest. My dogs are kept, you know, and it's kind of like, it's my bad, right? Because I have a thing where I kind of like to keep an eye on my dogs. And I only have a few dogs, so I can get away with that right now. But in all honesty, right, once the breeding program to me goes beyond like 3 dogs, they need to be on a chain in the yard, man. You know what I mean? Like at that point, the dogs need to have their own space outside, and they need to be able to be dogs. You know what I mean? Having dogs inside, we subject them to a lot of human whims, right? When I get up first thing in the morning, my dogs go crazy. They love to see me, right? However, I don't be in that mood. I don't want you jumping all the fuck on me first thing in the morning, scratching my toes up at your fucking nails and shit. Go sit your ass down somewhere. That's my mood in the mornings when I get up, right? So
you got it lucky. Wifey ain't gonna let me have no dogs.
Right. It's not fair to them. So I literally had to change the way I wake up in the morning. Like when I decided that I was going to put everything under the same roof, right? And just stack and stash until we could get the land. It was like, okay, it's a different scenario, big, because you have to consider how they see the world.
That's another reason why I put the surveillance cameras up, so I could be able to keep a watchful eye on the dogs too.
Oh hell yeah!
Like you know, that's definitely a thing. The other thing is, like, I watch Raina break out of that cage. I watch her break the cage gradually. She just, over time, she broke that motherfucker down till she could just walk out of that bitch with the door closed. Yep. You know what I mean?
Escape artist.
She fucked up everything. But I didn't chastise her for it. I can't tell her not to, because number one, she was showing exceptional intelligence. She knows how every fucking latch on every cage in this fucking place works.
Oh
She
shit!
knows how the fuck they work. I have the one with the sliding joint. She knows all she got to do is push that shit up with her nose and push that shit open.
Wow.
The other one, she's seen that the latch, she had to literally, and she could crunch it down, bend the wires until she literally just tore the motherfucker off.
Wow. Yeah, escape artists.
Very fucking intelligent dogs with a will of their own. And that's difficult to like to rein in. And then you talk about doing a bully show. You talk about going to a place and going around people, man, that, you know, they don't even, you know, they beef with each other more than the dogs beef. You ever been to bully shows where they
Oh,
like,
God.
no, look at him. He's this is
Get that shit the fuck out of here.
And it be 20 of them motherfuckers all lined up going at each other. I'm like, yo, you serious? Honest. This is what they call a stack off. I'm like, yo, bro, if that's the case, y'all might as well just go to a pit fight, nigga. You know,
Right.
You might as well go to a box match with that shit y'all doing. But I don't know, man. Like, my dogs don't belong in them situations, man. They don't. And they proved that to me a million times.
Yeah,
I didn't think it was going to be like that, man. This one, the bullies was kind of blossoming a little bit. So I figured they look like the pit bull. I figured they was going to be fired, so everybody know to keep their space. But guys are holding conversations with each other, and the two male dogs, cool. They looking at each other. You know, they walking by each other, not even no space. I'm like, what? I said I would never, ever go to one of them joints with my dogs again.
Yo, I was so thankful. One of the fellows from around here, man, he brought his little bully through. You know what I mean? And he was saying that he wanted to have a little more drive in his dogs. He wanted to see his dogs a little more active and all of that. And he got them real, you know, French bulldog mix type bullies. You know what I mean?
The little micros.
Brought his little dog around. I can't bring Raina or Bull out, but I could bring like Solo out, right? Because Solo's still a puppy. Solo ain't turned on completely yet, you know what I mean? And so his thing was to grab a stick and see if the little motherfucker wanted to play. You know what I mean? That was cool. You know what I mean? But now this very same dog, 30 days from now, I wouldn't risk that.
Hell no.
30 days from today, I would not risk that. And you have to know this kind of shit about these dogs, man. You got to know that they got like a fucking genetic clock. And when that shit kick in,
with my male,
heels in.
With my male dog, he'll raise a male puppy up. But you can't bring no full-grown male around my dog. He's not having it. He'll bust out his motherfucking kennel and go fucking ape shit.
See, and that's good that you was able to see that with his personality. You know what I mean?
Because my neighbor has older male dogs across the street, but he also has little pups too. He has little male pup. So you could bring a male pup around him.
This question, y'all.
But you can't bring a full-grown male around him.
Inquisitive Jen asked a question. He said, when do you stop breeding for drive and start focusing on intelligence?
Why can't you do both?
You do it at the same time.
Right. And honestly, there's only but so much drive you can coach. There's only but so much drive you can give a dog. Like
the dog already carries it.
Amount of capacity for drive off the muscle.
Yeah, that's genetically built in.
Help it to realize its full potential and its full drive attitude, but you can't necessarily train a dog to have drive.
Hell no, you can't train a dog to have drive. The dog is genetically.
That was the case you wouldn't have curves.
The dog is genetically born with drive.
You can definitely cultivate that. You can train that. You can increase that.
You could breed. You could breed for drive, but you can't train for drive.
Right. And I think I think that's what he was really asking. When do you stop breeding for drive and start focusing on intelligence? So really, if you've got all the drive you really need, you know, breeding for intelligence is not so much. I think the intelligence piece is more of a development in the puppies once the dogs are bred. You understand what I'm saying? I was thinking. So now, if you are developing the puppies, right, and you're training them and you're increasing their IQ, then once they breed, they'll pass that on automatically.
Yeah,
so it's
exactly.
Not a question about breeding for intelligence so much as training in the intelligence and then allowing that to breed. That's that's my take on it. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that's the same thing I could say. You're taking two intelligent specimens that carry the same compatible drive, they're going to pass that on to their offspring. So when you pick certain dogs out of this litter and you raise these puppies up, you're doing that same thing that you did with their parents. The same dogs that you raised before them, you're doing the same program with them dogs. So it's going to be instilled into them dogs. Now it's up to you where you take them. Now, depending on where you place them dogs, and where those people take them dogs forward, it's going to continue to be passed on.
Right. And I think we kind of touched on that earlier too, about the drive and the intelligence. Like I said, certain things, that's going to be bred into these dogs. Drive is going to be there. So now, like I said,
dogs, that's automatic.
Yeah. So now you start using it. You start breeding, doing things to test the dog's intelligence. Do stuff, little tests, like you said you was going with the different scents, recognize the different scents. With her, I was just trying to get her more so obedience trained because I knew that she was going to have a lot of fire. Don't forget, I've been around her folks. I've seen her grandpa. I mean, her great grandfather. I seen cousins and stuff off of the blood, uncles and nieces. So I knew she was going to be hot. And like I said, I experienced her 6 weeks. Her going to the gate like she wanted to smoke. So that right there told me, okay, this type of dog I'm gonna have to deal with, and let's see if she develops into this dog. And she did. So now I said, okay, now I'm just going to work on obedience and intelligence.
There you go. Like, I don't have a problem with like training my dogs and shit like search and rescue, right? Because I believe even if I have dogs that I don't necessarily want to use in my program for my purposes, right? That doesn't necessarily mean, let's say the dog has a great scent, has a great nose, but doesn't have great prey drive. Right. Well, that's a great search and rescue dog. You understand what I'm saying? And it really is, as far as I'm concerned, like my job to figure out what that dog is best at. It really is my job to figure out exactly what arena that dog will excel in. So maybe he's not the most dog aggressive dog or animal aggressive dog. So maybe he's good for the weight pull track, right? Because you are like this dog game is so tricky because people are not really looking at developing the dogs themselves as individuals and helping that dog realize its full potential. People are really looking at the dogs as a business, as a means of getting what they want. So it's like, I could sell these dogs and I could make this move and this will look good and that'll look good. But at the end of the day, what about the dog as an individual? Can I really say, man, that dog, I've given that dog every opportunity for success? Can I really say that dog is, I swear, y'all see what happens when these dogs go?
Oh, God,
they just push you out the way. They just push you out the way. They like,
hey, that remind me of my dogs.
Real shit, man.
What I was gonna say was, like with my male dog, like I'm very hard on him, but that's because I want to see him excel in the stuff that I want him to do. Like when he was 9 months old, I started him off with a truck tire, getting him the weight pull. Then I started getting him the tree climb, trying to see if he had learned how to wall climb. Now that he's 2 years old, I could put 50 pounds into the truck tire, and he could damn near run with that shit down the street. Now,
yo, that's crazy.
Now, when we in the backyard, all I gotta do is grab the front pole and slap that motherfucker against the back wall, and he gonna jump up that motherfucker.
But that's how you increase that power and that strength in the dog. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
Now people will look at you like you crazy and say, why you got your dog dragging tires down the street? But at the end of the day, that dog is a stronger, healthier dog for it.
We even
Now,
go for bike rides.
I
grab a mountain bike.
He can be put to work.
I grab the mountain bike and we'll go hit some blocks. When we get home, he might be breathing hard, but I won't let him touch no water for about 5 to 10 minutes. I let him recover before I let him touch some water. That's building up his stamina, making him a better dog.
One of the things that like with larger dogs, man, and Loyal Bones, my dude Dietrich Smith from Loyal Bones was saying this too, man. It was like one of the things that you want to be mindful of with the dogs with the bigger bone structure, man, is the joints, right? And yes. the wear and tear on the joints. You know what I mean? When dogs is working. So whereas with a 35, 40-pound dog, I probably wouldn't think about joint supplements. With a 75, 80, 90, 100-pound dog, 110-pound dog, yeah, I better think about joint supplements. You know what I mean?
Sir. Oh, yeah.
So just little shit like that, these are the differences, like when you got big, larger dogs than your little box bred dogs. You know what I mean? And I think most people don't really understand that it does take a little bit more wear and tear on a larger dog.
My boy Soul Power that was on here earlier, he had a band dog a while back. I guess his dog was like 10 years old, and his dog had joint problems, but he was giving him this pill supplement for joints. You can find it at Walmart. And he put me on game onto it and told me to start getting it from my boy because he sees how I work them out. So I'm gonna start implementing it into their feed, just to help my dog out for the longevity of his life.
Right.
Because these dogs ain't going nowhere. You feel me? Like these dogs will be
that
here.
Makes sense.
These dogs will be here until I croak over. You feel me? Or they'll be left behind for my sons. You feel me?
Well, I mean, if you breed generations upon generations, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not stopping no time soon. I'm only 24. Only 24.
If you breeding, right, I would think that I'm breeding the types of dogs that I can leave down to family. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
this is gonna be my brand that I'm leaving behind. My history.
So I mean, if they're an extension of the family, that's an automatic, bro. That should be, I respect that. That's an automatic, yo.
That's why I didn't abandon the street bred dogs that I had to go buy a dog that was like $1,400 a $4,000 dog or something. You feel me? Like I stuck with the dogs that I was blessed. You know what I'm saying? That people was blessing me. Dogs that I raised up and made sure I seen mature, and I decided that I see this dog fit that was perfectly bred to it. You know what I'm saying?
So now, when you put pups together, what is it you feel is a fair price for the pups that you offer?
Well, since my dogs are on paper right now, like I haven't sold a dog on YouTube at all. I was selling dogs on Facebook. Somebody come and want one of these dogs, I'll sell them to them for $200. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I was doing. But now that I jumped on YouTube and I'm perfecting my craft and I'm putting my all into this, I'm about to register my dogs with the UKC. I'm a single dog registering from now, and I'm gonna move from there with the productions that I'm moving forward with.
So it's time to elevate the game, basically.
Hey, I want to add something. I'm sorry, fellas.
No, go ahead, Des.
Now I know I talked to Bando. It is a registry that is accepting them dogs. Now I know that the ABKC. I work with the ABKC, but they do accept the band dog. Also, I know Bando for Life mentioned it. It is a registry out there. I forgot the name of it. Damn, I forgot the name of it. And they are registering these dogs. Maybe you look into that.
Yeah. Like,
I heard you
like,
earlier.
like
You
you was
already
already
banned over
telling me
there.
Over here
earlier.
in this fucking bed. My
Like
bad.
you was already telling me earlier, we're gonna get tapped in. I'm gonna figure out how to get tapped in with you, so you could let me know how I can get a hold of them registries, because I could handwrite the pedigree from everything that I have from online. I literally have the documentation all on Facebook. It has the dates and everything when I did the breedings, so I could put all that on paperwork, and we could go from there. Well, however the registry, however much I gotta pay to get it done, then that's what I'm gonna have to do. But I want to move forward with my dogs in the right light. You feel me? Like, I've been telling the truth about my dogs the whole time, telling what's in my dogs. I just want the people to know that.
Yep. You can't be
You
honest.
can find a dog wherever you find a good dog at.
You can't be honest. And also, you know, once this is where people get it messed up at. Me and Ray talked about this before. A lot of people chase the mighty dollar so much, their I'm trying to think of the word. Their integrity is compromised. You know what I'm saying?
So I'm not worried
Once
about
you
the high dollar.
Facts.
Like,
I'm talking about a lot of these dog breeders.
Like, if I gotta sell $500 dogs, I'm satisfied selling $500 dogs. That's where I'm at in the game then.
Ben go back on.
But me,
Ben,
Hello?
yo, and that's what
me,
you can't beat. See, that's the thing. You can't beat. Honestly, with you coming out like this, it's going to open up a different platform. Because when you start talking to some of these guys, man, you know, you be around these dog men, you start hearing how they doing stuff and how they moving. See, me personally, I'm like an open book. I don't got nothing to hide. Either you like what I'm doing or you don't. It's just that simple. Move on. You know what I'm saying? So with you being honest about it, you can't beat that. And then it's going to give you credibility to the hard work that you putting into. First of all, you got the dogs raised with your family. That's a big thing. These dogs used to being around. So temperament. There's a whole bunch, like Ray said, that goes into this. I put two dogs together.
even
And
this.
I like the platform in which you trying to. I like what you're trying to do too. Like you said, the honest. I'm telling you, you cannot beat an honest person, cuz.
I got
Listen,
this book.
one of the things about the YouTube platform, bro, is that it rewards authenticity. It rewards authenticity. This is not the type of television program that you're going to get on your television where everything is all doctored and prettied up. People want to see the real deal. They want to know what really occurs in life, how people are really getting shit done in life. So with that said, go ahead, bro.
I had this book since 2009. This how you know I've been an enthusiast of the breed for a long time. We could look up the American Staffordshire Terrier. We could look up the Bull Mastiff.
Just a little bit of everything. But
there's a lot of stuff in this book.
Now, at the end of the day, you have to understand that education is going to be required, right?
Yes,
there's no way in hell you can even begin to implement some of the science in breeding, right? We know that nature's going to take its course automatically. Man introduces the science into breeding. Man is the one who begins to say, okay, we're going to make selective choices. Whereas if you leave it to a bitch in heat, she'll breed to anything that'll stick it, right?
Exactly.
So man is the one who introduces the science. Now here we have trying to take it to the level of an art. And if you expect to apply the science part of it, you got to get educated.
Yes, sir.
That is, like before you can even get to the art of it, you have to have the science down pat. And there's no substitute for education. So salute, bro. Absolutely. Good shit.
I appreciate it.
This is a good question right here, right?
Bro, listen, man. It's very real, man. It's very real.
When do we consider an outcross necessary? So for what I was telling earlier,
should it be completely unrelated or bred similarly along similar lines?
I'm for generations.
Hold on, let me just get it out. When do you consider an outcross necessary, and should it be completely unrelated or bred similarly along similar lines? All right, go ahead, bro. What's your take on that?
I'm 4 generations in on my dogs. I'm working on my 5th generation. I'm taking a female I'm taking the female off the female that I'm breeding to breed back to my male. I'm gonna take one of his sons back to his sister. Now the pup that I take off of that, that'll be my seventh generation where I'll be looking for an outcross.
Okay. Now, how did you come up with that formula of a outcross in the 7th generation?
Because I feel like I'll be tight line breeding, so the outcross will be necessary to clean for I could go back to line breeding.
Okay.
Because my dogs are already scatterbred up to 4 generations. So once I line breed, once I line breed up to my 7th generation, I take that 7th generation pup and outcross with something and go back into my dogs.
And by the way, that question came from No Limit.Son. No Limit.Son. And what's your take on that, bro?
And he said, would the outcross dog be along the similar lines?
Basically, should the outcross be completely unrelated, right?
Yes,
from a completely different blood, or
yes, the outcross has to be completely different blood, but it has to be able to carry the same kind of traits and attributes that my dogs throw.
Okay,
if that sounds correct. Okay. Like, so say if I go find a dog if I go look for a dog that's outside of my yard, that dog has to carry similar traits like my dogs and be able to perform like my dogs.
Now, how you feel about that, Dad?
Does that sound correct?
Well, I'm not going to necessarily say there's a right or a wrong, right? Because every breeder's going to do it a little bit different, you know, as far as when they consider
what I mean by as in traits, I mean structure-wise. And then with performance, the dog has to be able to do the same amount of stuff that my dog's capable of doing.
So when you talk about a necessary outcross, you know, when is it necessary to outcross? That's a little bit different than saying, okay, I want to implement some of this in a program that I have cooking, right? But before I get into that, go ahead, Des. Let me hear what you got to say on that, Brad.
Now, to me, when do I consider an outcross necessary? Is when you start breeding unwanted traits. Should it be completely unrelated? Me personally, I would say no. I would say distant, like a far distant, loosely bred relative, because you still want to keep the selective traits that you're breeding for. You just don't have to go back in the same gene pool directly, but you can go. I would go a couple cousin generations or something down the line or something further. Now, when I mean by unwanted traits, I've seen this where, you know, the dog start going easty westy. I've seen a dog that was thinning in the hair, along the eyebrows and stuff. You start getting over and under. Like, I seen stuff like that. It was a dog I was looking at. It was really closely inbred, and I mean, he had fire, but I seen a couple physical traits that wasn't really desired. So right there, that's a definite time to go out. And then sometimes you can have problems breeding. I seen one of my folks I've been dealing with for years now had a situation like that where the female was just so messed up because she was so tightly inbred. So me is more so once I can physically see it. So I know if I physically see it, it's definitely inside. But that's why I would just, when I start looking at that pedigree, and I mean that does play a part. For me, yeah, especially when you start seeing the physical traits, unwanted traits.
Right.
What about you, Ray?
You'll know when you need an out because you'll start seeing flaws, clefts, kinks. So clefts meaning the cleft in the palate, where when the dog is born, for those that don't know, a cleft palate is literally the dog's upper, basically the roof of his mouth to basically the nose is basically split, right? It's not all one piece. It's kind of split in two, right? So there's a cleft there. And then the kink tails. Some say is another sign of close breedings. Dogs born with no tail, right? You see an extra toe, right? Like you really you in close. You in close.
Right.
When the bites and a dog's bite, like when the teeth are not healthy, right? Or the bite is not a healthy
Under,
right.
over and under bite too.
Right. When you start seeing those like dogs' teeth falling out early, like the teeth go bad and shit like that, those are definitely signs that you're breeding too tight.
That's another thing too. When he said less pups in a litter, I definitely see that. I definitely see that.
That's something that like, to me something is wrong, right? Like if I'm only getting like if I'm getting small litters like that and that's happening regularly, something's wrong. Something is wrong. Because most dogs, the average is 5 to 8 pups. So anything under like 4 pups, I'm a little concerned. Now, if them 3 come out and they brolic and they got, all the best of everything in them, then I can say, all right, well, maybe I can see that they just took everything. But typically when a female conceives, man, she's conceiving way more than 2 or 3 pups.
Yeah. Like with their mother's mom, she threw 6 pups. No, she threw 5 pups, 4 pups survived. Their mama threw 10 pups, 7 puppies survived. With their daddy, his mama, she'd throw damn near like 12 puppies and damn near fucking 8 of them motherfuckers survived. 9 of them survived. Even with the mother to that dog.
Honest, I don't believe in losing pups, bro.
Yeah,
it's crazy because a lot of times you don't have no control over that. But like, if that bitch dropped 12 pups, I expect to raise 12 dogs. You know what I mean? And that's just the thing that I got, B. If that motherfucker made it through all of that and got here, that motherfucker gonna get raised. You know what I mean? So I got to think about that, man. That shit happened.
I showed when they were being born. I showed the birth of them. I had the little baby thing where you suck the nose out of suck the boogers out of the baby nose. Man, I was making sure I was getting the mucus out of their nose. I was rubbing them, making sure I heard them scream, getting them starting to nurse. Like I was right there the whole time during her birth. Like have you guys ever dealt with a dog delivering puppies for 2 days?
Hell yeah. Well, I mean, shit didn't take her 2 days to deliver them shits, but I sat with that bitch for 2 days until basically from the time she showed me that she was going into labor, like she was looking to drop them shits. I stayed with her ass, and it took a whole fucking day and a night for her to actually start pushing something out. You know what I mean? Like that. Like we was eye to eye. I was sitting on the floor looking at this bitch like it's all right.
Man, I was right there,
do
bro.
it right here.
She had them on my birthday, bro. Them my birthday joints right there, bro. Them niggas had the same birthday as me. You feel me? She had them on my birthday. I was drinking Hennessy, smoking a blunt. I was drinking Hennessy, smoking a blunt, bro. She started breathing all heavily, bro. I seen some stuff start coming out of her. I started paying attention, bro. I stopped listening to music, bro. Put the blunts down, everything. Fuck all that shit. I'm watching my dog.
Yeah, it's that time. It's that time.
Yeah. I was a proud dad, man.
Listen, man.
I knew that's right.
There's a certain beauty about bringing that into this world, B. You know what I mean? And I don't
proud feeling.
Right. I don't take
a lot of pride in that, bro.
Breeder, but I will say that, like, going into a breeding, there are certain things that are almost common sense, and then there are certain things, man, that you really allow the dog to teach you, to develop your insight to what needs to happen. You know what I mean? Like I've made the mistake of allowing the mother to eat all the afterbirths. Well, the bitch drop 8 pups. If she eat 8 afterbirths, what the fuck is she gonna eat after that?
Nothing.
Right? Like she ain't gonna have no
Right.
appetite for nothing else.
Hell no.
So, okay, allow her to eat 2 or 3 of those, but then the rest of those, you take care of that, clean that up, so that you can continue to feed her what you have planned to feed her. Now, she needs those first 2 or 3 afterbirths because that's where the colostrum is going to come from. You know what I mean? That's where that's where all the good is.
See
So,
what
end of the
my
day,
dad
can
my
have
dad
that, but not necessarily to the point where she's eating all of them. The mother primarily does that kind of shit because she's looking to clean up her area, right? She's looking to make sure that shit is nice and clean for the pups. So when she eats them shits, she's not really thinking this is good for me. She's not thinking, oh, I'm hungry. She's just trying to keep shit
nature.
clean. Right. She's
Yep,
just trying to
nature.
keep shit
Mother.
clean. So it's on you to kind of get rid of the rest of them afterbirths so that she can eat her normal motherfucking diet when she's trying to. And I made that mistake before because the bitch was just such a good mother. I said, you ain't got to do shit. Just watch. The bitch doing it all. And she literally did it all. But
See, my pops,
she ate them fucking afterbirths.
he taught me this one time. He said before my female going to labor, he said take her for a walk, not too far, just like maybe a couple houses down, and walk her back.
Mm-hmm.
Boil up some chicken leg quarters for her. Let it cool down, and give it to her with the broth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's gonna help her when she deliver them puppies. He said, shouldn't no puppies get stuck? He said, shouldn't no puppies get stuck? And that should help her. That should help her build up some colostrum for the puppies.
Hold on. I'm trying to get this question a bit. All right. So, Inquisitive Jen asked a question: what's the best method of storing and freezing semen at home?
Now
Honestly,
they have.
I
I've
ain't
thought
never that.
I haven't done it. Just not, like I would definitely hire a professional for that. I would hire a professional for that. I wouldn't even be gonna. There's certain preservatives that they can actually use to put in the semen to keep, help it last longer and shit like that. Once it's thawed out, and all that kind of shit. Like that's just an extra level of shit. That's a whole nother level, bro. I'll be honest, I did not know.
See, all I have done is natural ties. Oh, my bad, brother.
No, go ahead, good brother. I'm with you.
See, only thing that I practice is natural ties. So, like with their mother, when their daddy and their mama got stuck, I had to grab their mama because she tried to do the alligator rope when he was stuck up in her. And I had to set her up and make sure she stayed still and hold her and calm her down and make sure she wasn't going in, like trying to go in shock mode. It was her first time being stuck. So it was my dog, so I was just calming her down. She nipped me one time, and after that, she calmed down. After that, she was good. I made sure the male was cool. He was calmed down. He was turned around. Everything was good. They stayed stuck for probably 30 minutes, and then they broke apart. All it took was one stick, and I got 10 puppies.
Damn.
That's that. I mean, that's pretty much nature. That's pretty much nature, bro. And that's when you got because I remember when I did the backup breeding for bull, it was pretty much a similar situation. That morning, him and Star had got stuck, and I never did see them separate. So I didn't know whether she had just went and pissed it out or what. So when I got back in that evening, I said, well, let me make sure this motherfucker can breathe. So I collected them and did an AI with Henny, with the other female. And sure enough, she conceived 10 pups. She lost two kind of they did a doggy abortion. Because when they abort puppies, their puppies get reabsorbed into their uterine lining.
See,
so when you feeling around and like when you feeling around for the pups, when you got your bitch and you feeling around for them pups, you can literally feel the knots of those embryos developing along the uterine lining wall, right? So at a certain point, you'll notice that as the pregnancy goes forward, the pups is developing, but there may be 1 or 2 knots left. Those are embryos that didn't finish developing. That's the dog's version of an abortion.
Okay.
So if a dog has a fetus inside of it that's not really like, it's not gonna make it to full term or whatever, somehow the dog's body knows that already, and it just kind of like reabsorbs it, and you'll feel that knot on the dog even after they give birth. You'll see that's there. You know what I mean? But that's just like, you know, that's one of them things, man. You only get that from like really like being on and fucking with them like that.
Yeah, their mom, she had 1 stillborn, and I tried to bring it back, but it was no bringing it back. His neck was already extended. It was what it was.
But you was, I'm sorry, I don't want to get away from the original question. What you was gonna say on that, Des?
Only thing I was gonna say was, you know, with technology they step up. Because I was looking into it, they have actual special type, I want to say like freezers that will freeze below a certain temperature where you can store that semen in. Because you know it got to be at a certain level. You can't just use your house freeze. It's not cold enough to really keep it to where it's not to where it's actually slowing it down from just like when you put food in the freezer, you want to slow down the shelf life. The same concept, different situation, but I was looking up. They actually do have at-home freezers for storage and stuff like that.
So, like, I don't know nothing about that. I'll be honest, bro. I don't know the first fucking thing about trying to freeze and store some semen. The only reason that I've ever done AIs is because for my taste, I didn't like the way the bitch was acting. You know what I mean? So like with Star, I did 2 AIs with her, and I held the bitch upside down for a half hour. You know what I mean? But that's the only real reason, like, you know, for me to get involved, like, it's got to be some extenuating circumstances. Other than that, let the dogs be dogs, man. You know what I mean? Let them go ahead and do all of that. The whole question of freezing semen is it's a loaded question, and maybe we should address that like on a whole different day, because what is the purpose of freezing semen? Do you really have that once in a lifetime dog that you'll never have again? You understand what I'm saying? That you need to preserve this dog like that? You understand what I'm saying? Because if the dog was bred previously, the dog should have offspring, and if the dog was worth its salt as a producer, then that means those offspring should be equal or even better than him. So why am I really freezing and storing semen? You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
While the dog is alive and well, I'm using the dog, and I'm using the dog in the best manner that I see possible. Is the dog really that hot that out of everything he's already produced, I can't find anything to carry the line? So that's just that you know, like I said, it's a loaded question. Why am I storing everything? Like, what is it really about this dog?
If you think that dog is the truth, and you
right,
like, sometimes you don't know what
it have to be something like amazing for me to say, like, listen,
right.
I'm gonna collect this nigga, put it in a vial, and stick it in the same freezer where I stick my steaks. Right. You know what I mean? Like,
I know, like you said, you can leave it to the professionals, and you know you got veterinary places that will hold that semen, but you might get that dog that is just so phenomenal to you. You're like, you know what? I want to keep this blood for years. So go a couple generations down, breeding, sliding back in AI. Go a couple, you know what I'm saying? Like that dog's really that phenomenal.
I don't know if you guys heard about this. It was just a email that was put out to the veterinary office. I forgot what the fucking veterinary office name was, but the lawyer sent them an email saying that they're gonna stop doing all reproductive assistance for the American bullies. Do you guys think they're gonna try to transfer that over to just assisting any reproductive with all dogs, or
Nah, vets will find themselves out of business. You know how many fucking dogs need AIs and reproductive
C-section?
C-sections and all that kind of shit. You know, so many
That's
breeds need
amazing.
that shit that ain't got nothing to do. The problem is, you know, that's a let me do this because that's a little bit off topic. All I'm gonna say about that is, if the American bully community comes together, develops a standard, and sticks to it, right? If they develop some real criteria, then they're not going to find that so many people are willing to throw their hat into the ring. People can throw their hat into the ring because they bred a Yorkie to a motherfucking bulldog. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's what the bully game has come to. So when that happens, now everybody wants to be a bully breeder. And then all these bully breeders don't know what it is they're doing to the dogs that they're breeding. And so now you've taken a bulldog and tried to make a Yorkie push out a fucking bulldog. You understand? And the dog needs a C-section. And dogs are dying on the table. And then people are acting crazy because their dog died on the table. And then they want to try to sue the vet. So the lawyers are sending vets the motherfucking letter saying, stop fucking doing these breedings. There are too many of them. People are going crazy with this
unhealthy
shit.
breedings.
Right.
Some
And
dogs get born unhealthy,
there's
man.
legal ramifications after the fact. So, like, they protecting their pocket. The insurance for that kind of shit gets sky high. You got to understand, everything will come back down to how the industry does business. And that's something we can't get away from, yo. So when it really comes to that kind of shit, like we might do another joint on that, but I want to kind of get back to the breeding thing, man. On what it takes to be successful, because people going down that path, man, they are the ones fucking this game up. I had a dude on this fucking channel, man, talk about, yo, you people have no business breeding. I'm gonna get you shut down.
What?
Right. Because the shelters are full of dogs. So we don't need any new breeders. Like, this is the attitude of a very substantial part of the population, bro. So when you have these situations where people are doing this, I was going to drop an F-bomb, but I'm trying to keep these clean. You know what I mean? But when they doing this stuff, you know what I mean? When they doing, like, come on, B. Like, at some point, people have to have standards and ethics. And one of the issues in the bully community is a question of standards and ethics. Everybody ain't trying to do the right thing, B. Everybody ain't trying to breed healthy dogs. Motherfuckers is in it so they can put that chain on their neck. Yep. And that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
A lot of guys doing it for that. You talk to them, oh, no, I bullies now. Like, okay, that's your twist, and you do you. But a lot of these guys was American Bulldog and Pit Bull breeders and all that.
Not healthy, bro.
Yeah,
but before I
forget,
let me hit this joint that Richie Poe put out here. You said, gotta be careful with the stillborn pups, etc. I've always seen more lean mothers have more problems with stillborns than a mother that has a little extra weight on her when bred and through pregnancy.
Right. I see that. That's just like women in real life.
Why you think
they put on, like, it's natural for them to put on weight. It's natural for a woman to put on weight, eat for it, because she's feeding 2. In this case, they might be feeding 10. So why would you deprive that dog just to make it still look good when she got to take care of pups?
It's so crazy,
I
man.
agree with you 100%.
It's been a problem. Almost everyone who buys a dog nowadays considers themselves breeders. Listen.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like,
it's you
You know
know,
what?
there's a line, B, and this is the whole question of breeding, right? People that are breeding because they got two dogs, they doing it because it's nature,
Oh, you
right?
about to see that?
They on that level, man. But it's not one or the other. It's not really versus this one versus it. It really is. It's a process, right? There's levels to this shit. I happen to know some backyard breeders that produce some phenomenal fucking dogs. No papers on these dogs, but I mean, goddamn, if you need a prototype of a pit bull, like you can't miss. So the fact that they chose to just do their thing family style, let a few pups go here and there to the public, but for the most part, they keep their shit, they raise their shit, and they keep it in the family. They give their pups away to
Right.
friends that that they close with and shit like that. But they do a phenomenal job, B. They do a phenomenal job. My house dog, Henny, was like that. She was off some scatterbred shit, man, that couldn't nobody really locate all the paperwork to. Fine. How do the bitch act? Right? So when I bred her, I knew exactly what I was after. Those would have been excellent dogs working in the woods. I took them pups out into the woods myself and tested them. You understand what I'm saying? So I knew what I had in terms of the program. She was the inspiration for me getting a male dog in the first place, because she was so gun-ho when it came to her prey drive that I said, listen, she kind of just woke that thing up. I had got out of box dogs. I had got out of that box life. I wasn't living that life. But it gave me a new way to appreciate my dogs, taking them out to the woods. And she reignited that in me. She was a little liver-nosed, red-nosed bitch. So I said, listen, we're going to go ahead and get something to complement that and put them together. And sure enough, man, one of these days, I'm going to do a little video on that whole litter, bro. When I say they threw it, man, from dogs bigger to dogs that was that was like mini me's of him. You know what I mean? I was just
Wow.
I was like, oh man, yo. But that was when we did the single AI. You know what I mean? I had been out earlier that day. Bull and Star had tied, and then I came back that evening and said, let me make sure this motherfucker could breathe. So I collected him and just said, and forgot all about it. We didn't realize that bitch was pregnant until like we was questioning whether or not Star was. We were looking at Star like, we think this bitch having a false pregnancy. And the next thing I know, I can't take no weight off of Henny. Next thing I know, when this bitch sit down, her nipples is bright fucking pink. It's like, oh man. Oh shit. Cajun Style Kennels asks, how many litters do you have under your belt, Richie Poe? Shout out, Kilo. But Richie says, I'm not even sure, bro. I've only had 3 since 2010, probably 10 or so before that. But the whole question of really bringing out the best, bro, it's a very fine line between, man, people who are just slapping dogs together, man, and people who are really sitting down thinking out what it is they're doing and breeding to a purpose, even a higher purpose, if you will. You know what I mean? Like, some people are breeding just because they like the dogs they got and they want to keep these kind of dogs around. You're gonna find that those people ain't terribly concerned with pedigrees and registries and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's people who gonna be more than happy to just like have their dogs in the house and do whatever they do, they family dogs. There are literally I don't know how many households I know of like that. You know what I mean? Just in this small town, I can walk down my street. I can tell you how many houses have some type of a pit bull mix or game bred, you know, based or box bred based type dog, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, it's a lot of my neighbor got dogs. Um, shit, my other neighbor he got a dog. Uh, shit, you walk through my neighborhood, shit, you gonna run into dogs.
All right, it's about to get heated in here. All right, but listen, right? Hold up. All right, Jay Shotter sends a shout out. He said, "What's good, Imperial and Rhodes?" Cajun Style Kennel says, "I have more than 30 litters." So the question was on it that was on the floor tonight, and let me go ahead and put it back up there, so like everybody can feel like they definitely on point and know what we're doing here tonight. The question on the floor is basically breeding. Is it art? Is it science? Or is it nature? Right? And what does it take, right, to really bring it to its highest level and potential? And Cajun Style Kennels, we know Kilo is always in the building. Give me 1 second. Hold up. I'm going to put this joint in the chat for you, bro. All right. All right, so that link is in the chat right there. If you want to hop on, bro. Kilo says, let's not forget, I've whelped a lot of these so-called breeders' litters. All right, bro. So if you want to chime in, you definitely have the link in the chat. You can hop on. In the meantime, in between time, let me go ahead and say this. With this joint here, I make it a concerted effort to avoid big I's and little U's. I open this format and this forum up to dogmen of all types, basically surrounding that working breed. My primary thing is Camelot, but I don't knock nothing that nobody else does. This is not a place where we knock what other people do. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you here to knock something, then let's not go down that road. You know what I mean? We're gonna shut that down off the muscle. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't mind people disagreeing, having different opinions. I believe that's what keep it hot. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we're not gonna knock what nobody else is doing. Okay. So the question on the floor. Hold on, give me a second. The question on the floor is breeding. Is it an art? Is it a science? Or is it nature? Aiken Kennel said, Pittsburgh, baby. Tennessee in the house. Okay. Steelers got some fans.
Salute.
Absolutely. So now, at the end of the day, you know what sparked this entire live was the fact that Clint Harden of Red Icon Kennels dropped this mega bomb of an iconic breeding in the Camelot world, right? And the beauty of it is that, you know, the Nugs dog, you know, you could trace that back to the Sherman tank and who's on top? Gator, my bad. Right back to Duke. And he got these dogs looking good, man. He got the dog Boom Boom looking real good. So I consider that the art of breeding. right? And I would actually call that the art of Camelot. That was so well freaking done. You know what I mean? I can't say enough about that breed. All right, you make art by the science behind what nature gives you. Shout out to Just Cauliflower. I like that. I like that. Right. Kilo, Raging Cajun, you in the building, bro. What's good with
Salute,
you?
salute.
Salute, salute.
Who I'm talking to?
Yo,
I got Ray. Who the other two is?
I'm Rose Killer's Behemoth Bloodline.
Okay, and the other one?
Yo,
You know Des.
what's up?
Lady Ray.
Des, Philly dog, man.
Okay. Back to Richie.
So
Hey, so back to this. Anyway, when you come with the shit,
basically the question on the floor was
I seen that
breeding.
question. Science, tech. Oh, let me read it again.
How does it become an art? What does it take for breeding to become an art? Let's talk about that level.
Well, I mean, you can't. Well, oh shit. Let's think about it. 2022. The year 2022. Shit. Let's just say, in the last 22 years, it went from you've seen a lot of different things come and go, especially let's just say band dog and bullies. When that bully scene first came on, like the Remy line, Juan Gotti, all that little different shit. Them dogs were fucked up. What's that shit? The throwing knuckles, Razor's Edge. Now the original Razor's Edge, they were nice, clean, like the throwing knuckle stuff. They were nice, clean dogs. You know, over the time they bullied them out. Those dudes, those camps, who actually took the time and did what they're supposed to get a nice, clean, correct dog, you salute them. They were breeding for something. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna say it was an art or a science. They were breeding for their preference. So whatever that falls in, then yeah.
Let's talk specifically about Cajun style kennels. What's your approach to breeding, man? Like, do you feel like
I like what you gotta
nature
remember.
take its course?
A lot of the dogs. Okay, so say for instance, on Cajun style, it can go back to like we can go back to like how Richie talked, or a lot of them dogs that we fancy or try to get our hands back on or deal with. A lot of dogs we've seen in person, been around. You know what I mean? So you know what to expect from it. You know what comes from that stuff, and that's what turns you on. And you try to match up and get the best genetics to come from that through strategic breedings. I breed for what I like. I like the red Duke. I like the red Duke, the sable blood. If you do a little research on it, heavy Duke bitch right there. I like heavy Duke. I personally like Duke dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's just my preference. Some people don't. Some people do. That's their business. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta feed it. I gotta feed it. Hold on, let's see here. I would love for Derek Thrower Bullies to get in on this topic. Yeah, I would too. That's what I go for. So like a lot of the old school breeds that you see that and the pedigrees. If you go back into like say Solo's pedigree on his mom's side, like that was something that I had put together for a certain reason, and it came out perfect because of the balance of the genetics coming from each side. I was pulling some from this side to pull out some from that side, and it came out to balance out the blood, not overrule.
Now, where would you put? Ho. That move right there, right? Where would you put that? Would you put that? Was that science or was that the art? Was that something that you did because you have a knack for doing these things? You understand what I'm saying? Or was that something that you literally calculated and said, well, all right,
I mean, if you want to say
percentages and
art,
percentages
if
should
you
give me
want to
this?
say art, then yeah, it's an art to understanding a pedigree. See, some people can read a pedigree and don't
Okay.
understand what they're looking at.
So the art is in the reading of the pedigree.
Well, it's a it's a science, because you got to look at back in those days, those people you might find on Peds Online like 3-4 different Camelot dudes, and that's just on how people wrote it up, depending upon who put the pedigree together or whatever that case may be. You know what I'm saying? So, you might, like on Tankster, you might see some dogs that come off Tankster that you click one Tankster and you'll see some dogs, and then you'll click another link of Tankster that shows some other dogs. And it's just on how people hid things. And then a lot of times people don't be realizing some of these dogs that they like are litter mates to other dogs just because of the spelling in the pedigree. And it happens all the time. That's why, like, pedigree research is very important when you're looking for consistency, or what I call a line breeding. It don't always have to be half brother, half sister, uncle, what I say, uncle to niece, nephew to auntie. It don't always be like that. A good line breeding is just take it for example. They back in the day they had a kennel called Look No Further. Dude had some shit on there called dude had a what's the guy's name, man? I can't think of the guy's name right now. He had Look No Further, and then Murphy's kennel. They were using that Foxy Roxy blood. I don't know, Ray, if you even know what Foxy Roxy is. You ever heard of that dog?
I've seen it in the pedigrees.
That's a littermate to bruiser. I'm not sure if belly, but that's a breeding that was taking place. It came out one of the breedings. Okay, so Foxy Roxy was known for
Blondie.
Say it again.
Chief to Blondie.
Right. So Foxy Roxy was known for throwing big, girthy dogs.
Okay.
Her productions were big, girthy dogs. Now, did they produce that? No. In my opinion, no. I've seen a few.
Really?
Yeah. I've seen a few, yeah. But yeah, like she produced some big girthy dog, big old heads, and that's what made Murphy's Kennel like stand out because of the Foxy Roxy blood. Now you got a lot of guys now who still run Foxy Roxy blood, and they kind of look like bruiser dogs, or let's just say the basic. Let's pull away from bruiser, and just say the basic Chief Blondie dogs. Why? I don't know. But I've seen grandkids and great grandkids throw that Foxy Roxy trait. But see, like, it goes back to kind of like game dogs. Like sometimes some people say it's better to put Red Boy on top of Jeep. Then you got others that say it's better to put Jeep on top of Red Boy. It's all on the opinion of that particular camp that feels like, okay, this is working. That's working.
Yeah, I know people that like that Jocko Red Boy more than the Red Boy Jocko. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, the thing is, it's always gonna be Red Boy Jocko because it's just gonna be so hard just to find Jocko. You get what I'm saying? When they did their breedings to make they Red Boy Jocko.
Yeah, who the hell got pure Jocko?
Right. Now there is pure Jocko out there.
I don't doubt it, but like you gotta.
No, there is pure Jocko.
What that's looking like, right? You trying to find it and track it down.
The few people that have it, I mean, honestly, if they did something like that today, I mean, you would get what you know what to expect. But back to the I guess Lord Bones say the science or whatever. I mean, that's his theory though. You know what I mean? Me
He
breaking
said
them
the art
down.
is the vision, the science is the physicality.
Right. And that's his interpretation of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's
I've had a few really, really insightful answers tonight, man, and I want to salute everybody, man, who dropped that, man, because y'all all give me something to think about, bro. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Kilo.
No. I'm listening. You saying some good stuff. I mean, I'm not never gonna take nothing away from little bro on how he look at things. You know what I'm saying? But my definition and my explanation might not always match his.
No, I wouldn't expect it to. I ain't heard two of the same definitions yet tonight. On
Right.
this topic right here, I have not heard two of the same definitions yet, bro. But I like that. I like that because to me, that's how we get smarter, man. That's how we
You
get
know,
sharp.
that's just like okay, for instance. Well, anyway, say for instance, we'll speak on a dog like name a dog out there because I don't want to pick on some that we use. I want to pick on some. I want to speak on something that just say you know about.
Westover Shredder.
Go ahead.
Westover Shredder.
Right there in my avatar. Go ahead.
Who?
The dog right there in my avatar.
Westover Shredder.
What dog in the avatar?
Go with Westover Shredder. You know who that dog is?
Westover Shredder.
Squires Westover's Shredder. He came out of the same Squires camp that oh man, what's this dog, man? Who's Shredder's grandfather? Red Hot Shredder's grandfather.
Duke?
No, wait a minute.
You want to bet some money?
Scooter. So the Red Shredder dog came out of the same camp that Scooter came out of.
It's about Scooter Rock?
Squire Scooter.
All right, let's stop. Shredder's dad is Raging Cajun.
Right.
His mom, if I'm not mistaken, is Red Hot Chili Peppers, right?
Damn. See, now you got me digging, bro.
Dedrick, look that up.
Yeah, because he definitely the scholar in this.
No, he can
like you be having them pants on his smash. Shout out to Loyal
I
Bone.
think it's Red Hot Chili Peppers or fucking I don't want to say Uzi.
So Loyal Bones know exactly who I'm talking about.
It's not that he knows. It's not that he knows, but I just want to make sure because you saying Scooter Rock is the Rocket Fire stuff. So we're gonna go here. No, yeah, exactly. There's two different Shredder. Yeah, because I'm kind of lost on this Westover. You need to show me this Westover Shredder you're talking about.
Okay, he was Squire / Westover Red Shredder. He was an old family red-nosed dog. He was reputed to be a 3-time winner, 1-time game loser.
It's called
the only match that was actually recorded was the game loss.
Shredder.
Right. And this was supposed to be, I think, in the 70s. So now, and this is all according to his pet in the database.
Oh, P. Squire Shredder or Red Shredder Waddle. Let me see it. Hold on, let me go back here.
See how the dog look?
Squires Red Shredder. Let's look right now. Okay, so that's just a plain old family red dog. A lot of Serona, little Serona mixed in with the Wilders.
But that's the same Squires that gave us Scooter, which ended up giving us Red Hot Shredder.
Rocket Fire?
Right.
But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, when you go to let's just say Red Hot Shredder. Okay. Okay, there we go. Oh man, hold on, Red Hot. All right. See, I didn't. I'm gonna be honest with you. That was a little too far back for me to be going.
Yeah, I was just digging around. It's kind of what I do sometimes, but like that Squires camp is the same camp. And when you look at how Red Shredder was bred, right? When you look at how Squires Shredder was bred, um, and then you see what's in Scooter, right? You see the OFRN in Scooter, like it's really the same. They put it together pretty much the same way with a different twist. It's Serona Hempfield Wilder, and you see how much that shredded dog looks like you know, right down to the Widow Peak and all of that, man. Like when I first saw that, I thought that was a Camelot dog. I had to really, really look at that peg closely.
All right, I'm happy you pulled that. I'm happy you sat there and said that. Right, I like that. Okay, because we finna do some research, and I like when y'all do that. Okay, so let's go to the modern Red House camp, right? That's Raging Cajun and the Chili Pepper, you hear me?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
We're gonna stay on Raging Cajun. Click on Red Rosina.
See if I can. Hold on, I'm gonna have to do this like this. Y'all let me know if y'all lose me, man, because I don't know if I can actually click off like that.
See, on this particular pedigree here, they don't get into it like that. Okay, see that? Yeah, Florida's Jethro's right there. The Whistle's Jake, and that goes into that right there. Okay, the Maggie May. Yeah, so see, if you really look at it,
Basically,
like
OFRN. You understand what I'm saying?
right. So that's yeah. I mean, you can't take nothing from it. Only thing that probably would be a little different is the cocoa. Now, when you
Right.
put that into the chili pepper, you're not getting nothing but some more of that. You got some more KGB in there, and then you got some more of that Wilder Geronimo. They go back to that Hempfield.
Hempfield Wilder.
The Sanders Satan. Go back to some of the Kobe stuff, some of the Champion Klaus stuff. Now, let me see right
Klaus's
here.
Red
Okay.
Bomber. You got Klaus's Red Bomber. You got Killing Sid. I mean, like they really, really stacked that up beautiful, man. They stacked that beautiful.
See, I don't
And my
like this
whole
bitch
point,
here.
like it's reading these types of pedigrees that really inspired this live tonight. You understand what I'm saying? Because you are looking at when you really start digging into how these things were done, man. Like I really wanted to know what Art was trying to accomplish when he was breeding what he was breeding, and I started looking for, you know, like the old family red nose crosses. Where was he getting that blood from?
Well, let's stop right there. I mean, don't go so far. Don't go so far as Art. You got to go back to Benji. You got to remember these dudes had to match up what Benji already had going on.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Now,
So
don't
where
get
was
it twisted.
what was
Art.
Benji's direction on the OFRN?
I mean, just look at his early pedigrees and you'll see he was really line breeding the fuck out of the Bud blood of the KGB blood.
Right.
And that's where his distinctiveness came in. That's why he had all the tries and all that stuff there.
The Jethro dog.
Now don't get it twisted. Benji's always been a humble person that really wasn't into the communities of reaching out to other breeders like that. Art
Gotcha.
was more active and fucking around, so he knew the people who actually had this dogs, where these dogs come from. So he had better resources to go and get them.
Okay.
You know, I mean, let's just. What are some of the good OFM that has been working for him? Shit, Bando for Life. Shit, you got a Flame Tree. They got a. I don't know what happened to this dude, man, but they got a dude named Bamaline. Bamaline was putting out some badass dogs for a while, man.
I know. Well, let's just
Bamaline
say,
was the truth. I ain't gonna lie. Bamaline was actually testing them dogs. Like really, like he had a real serious program over there. If it wasn't working, it wasn't fair.
I got me a
He
little
had
plug, man, for some OFRN pups, man, off the OFBA stuff, man, pure OFRN, and I know for a
some out
fact.
the stuff out of
Well, I
Canada.
ain't gonna say I know for a fact, but from what I can see, these dogs been in the bayou working. They working down there in Louisiana, down there in the South. So I know that there's a litter on the ground right now. There's a litter on the ground right now somewhere in the South Carolina area.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
I
tap
mean,
into
yeah,
that,
even
man.
like even
That
Love
because
won't say the NORAD dogs.
we might do something there.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question, Ray?
Sure.
What's your interest in O Family Red? For where your standpoint is right now?
Really, that was my introduction in terms of the dogs. Period, man. Like my first little bitch was a little 6-month-old old family red nose bitch that we used to call Cognac. She wasn't really my dog at the time. She was my landlord's dog, but he was never around, so I ended up taking care of her and all that kind of shit, man. So that's where my love is. That's the stamp on my heart, bro.
So why you don't try to get you some more O Family Red dogs?
What you think I was just telling Bando? I got the plug on it. But the only thing with the OFRN is that literally I wanted him working for him. There's a lot of OFRN that's going the same way these Camelot dogs in the sense that they're becoming showpieces, right? They badass looking dogs, but they haven't really been worked. They ain't been put to task.
Bullshit.
That's what I do.
Hold on.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Bullshit. You ever heard of Bryant's Red Devils?
Well, Bryant's Red Devils, I heard of them. But
they the truth. Them dudes out there hunting with them dogs. They out there in the swamps, man. Them dudes out there hunting with them dogs every day. Them dudes ain't bullshitting. Bryant's Red Devils a very well-known kennel. And,
you know, they just started implementing the old Camelot blood too.
No, they've been had it.
Okay.
Matter of fact, they had Cracker's Ripper Little brother.
I had looked at their website a while back, and I never saw nothing about the Camelot blood until recently.
Nah, Ripper been dead, 10 years?
Okay.
So I mean his brother. That's the brother's name. I'm gonna be
honest. Bryant's Red Devils.
Bryant's Raising Cane was Shredder's little mate. Not Shredder was
in box circles. The Bryant's Red Devils dogs don't have a good reputation, bro.
They don't have a what?
In box circles, the Bryant's Red Devils dogs don't have a good reputation.
They're hunting dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not finna sit here and say on that level right there. Fuck no. I'm talking about these dudes is actually.
That was what I had got.
No. I'm not gonna sit here and say all that. There, I can't sit up and tell you what people do with the lights off. I know that dude was on TV and everything, National Geographic, all kind of shit about them dogs. Like Brian's Red Devil is a very well known kennel. Now, and if you want to deal with them, it's a steep process to even get in with them. Like Richie, like like even Richard just threw out a name just then, right? So you got to know somebody that knows somebody that got that stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I'm gonna be honest with you. Don't be offended or what I'm saying. Those people who fucking got that old blood like that are racist. And what I mean by racist, it has nothing to do with color or money. It's about what you're gonna do with that dog and what that dog's gonna be bred to, and how and like they're more caring. They care more about this dog being utilized. They care more about this utilized as a true working dog, because you can call them and say, "Hey man, this ain't working out." Them people they ain't giving you your money back. They gonna tell you, "Send that dog back. I'm gonna send you something different." They really are into pleasing they clients. Am I lying, Richie? Am I lying? Am I lying? Them people are. That's just how they are.
Richie Poe says Stephanie Guys has some nice OFRN blood.
Yeah, I personally don't know her. Listen. I've been gone to prison 5 years, so there's a few people who have some certain things that I honestly don't know about. Everything that I'm into, I know where it's at. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I'm gonna be real with you. At one point in my life, I was a breeder that was all over the table. I was one of those breeders. I was trying to create. Okay, I was trying to put game blood. I was trying to put game blood back into the old school stuff. Me personally, I didn't like it. Them fucking dogs, 100 pounds. Fucking, I had back problems, knee problems. Man, that shit was crazy. Had a little dealing with a couple of certain old school bloods don't need to be crossed. Oh man, them complete idiots. I ain't gonna sit there and lie to you. That's just me. Those dudes who all over the board, they miss out on a lot of stuff because, I say it like this. When I was first fucking around with me and Tony and Video are real cool. I learned a lot of stuff from him. Dude broke down a lot of stuff to me about the Irish Warrior stuff over the years. You know what I'm saying? Like, call me, different little things, different here, different there, different there. You know what I'm saying? And taught me a lot about it. Showed me things, that's not public. And I was like, damn, he made me open my eyes to this blood. And at one point I was like, yeah, I need some of that. And then I was thinking, Kilo, what the fuck you need some of that for? That's not really what you into. I had this person here, I've had dogs scream for cracker. I've had fucking dogs. Nano was trying to win. Nano had New York Reds when he had.
You said was your most successful breeding. What was your most successful breeding? Where you really feel like you hit the nail on the head with that?
Every fucking one I ever did. Besides crosses. When I stayed strictly to the the blood. What the fuck is this? Okay, when I stayed strictly to this gonna be fine. Hey, I'm gonna be honest, man. Lottie, hey, man, you know what? Some of these dudes don't deserve some of this stuff, this information. I ain't gonna lie to you. A plug to this lady or this person or this, that, or third. Some of these people don't need that shit, man. They're barely doing. Okay, y'all want to be Kilo? You finna be Kilo. You barely doing shit with what you got. When you start working what you got and doing things with what you got, motherfuckers gonna see you and they gonna reach out to you. This dog world is segregated in groups. You got the chief lovers, you got the Duke lovers, you got the Tankster lovers, you got the Lopez Red King lovers, you got the Irish Warrior lovers. You got the fucking what's the fucking other damn Maserati lovers. You got fucking the steel tanker lovers, and they really like got their arm distance on everybody. You know, everybody want the plug for this. Oh, can you help me help me get this and help me get that? But what are you doing with your own stuff? Like I have a friend right now who got a bunch of dogs, and he got a bunch of different variety of dogs, and I laugh at him every day, and I'm like, hey, what the fuck you doing with all these dogs? You know what I'm saying? Like, what direction can you tell me true honestly, what direction are you going? And he's like, well, you know this, and I was like, bro, you sound like a goddamn fool. You can't be you can't be experimenting with this, experimenting with that, because that shit, listen, you're not gonna be the first person to ever do it, you're not gonna be the last.
You're right.
Huh?
I can't hear nothing.
You can't hear nothing?
I can hear him.
Can you hear me, Philly?
Everybody can hear you.
I can hear everybody.
Yeah, I can hear everybody. Yeah, man, fucking
You can unmute yourself.
you're not gonna be the
Hey, yo,
first.
Philly, you gonna mute yourself when you're ready?
I ain't hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
What?
I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
Oh, Philly said he couldn't hear. Philly, you can hear now? I don't know what he did. Sign out, sign back in. Anyway, I love them all. I ain't no dog breeder though. I ain't a kennel. I just a dude that been around for a while. Real talk, Richie. That's good. Anyway, yeah, man. Fucking with that being said, bro, like I'm totally against that shit, dog. To be real with you, like Camel, and you know the King of Camelot said some shit the other day, man. That made a lot of sense to me. We was on a post, and then you know he got in my inbox and really told me, like, the word Camelot's watered down. You heard me, Ray?
Yeah, it is. I
The
agree
word
with you.
Camelot is watered down.
It has some connotations to it that I find myself fighting off on this channel damn near every day. Every
I
day
mean,
somebody trying to hit me for like
because you
slandering
have
Camelot stuff.
idiots. Okay, perfect example. I know a dude. Bones. Real cool dude. I fuck with him real heavy. You know, he did some work for Kenny, whatever, whatnot. Went up there and fucking try and go out and come back in. There you go. Went up there, fucking did some work on Kenny's bike, put a mural on it, whatever. Kenny told him, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna give you a fucking Camelot dog, whatever." Dude, get the dog home, get paperwork. A couple weeks later, the dog's the Cuban cowboy offspring. So he gave a dude a dog. Kenny's running off the name Camelot Pits. So people feel like if they're getting anything coming out of Camelot Pits, and I tell Kenny to his face, fuck you. I don't run Camelot dogs no more. I didn't change that up because it makes sense. Camelot Kennels is gone, bro.
Right.
Camelot Kennels is gone. If you want to say you're in the cam world, you're in the cam world. Now what I can say, like, if you fucking with Tankster dogs or Peterson dogs and stuff like that, that name's still valid because you ain't got fucking Linda coming on trying to make no noise. But like, what the fuck? You ain't got Linda coming on making all this fucking noise. But you got dudes like Kenny, man, who's just fucking straight up pieces of shit. Doing it, selling a person a band dog. And I don't have no problem with band dogs, y'all. So y'all don't hear that list like band dogs. That's your business. I have no problem with you. I ain't talking shit about your dog. I just want listen, look me in my eyes. I won't feed that motherfucker. Me. But that's me. Don't stop doing what you doing, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Don't stop. Please don't stop.
I mean, and ain't definitely ain't nothing wrong with, I'll put it this way. There's levels to the game, right? And at some point you're gonna find that maybe you want to add value to your program, right? And the things that people are willing to exchange their dollar for, they will determine exactly what they consider valuable to them.
Ray,
So
I
when
don't
you
think half the
to add
people on here,
value, you're
I don't
gonna
think
definitely
half the
have to
people
look
on
at.
here got a vision. I don't think half the people
Hold on a
on
second.
here.
Hold on. Let me say this because like when you're looking to add value to what you're doing, you really have to consult your audience, right? You have to look at
Hey,
what they're asking for and then add value to your program accordingly.
fuck no.
A lot of us, we want to do what
Fuck
we want
no.
to do, what we like, and we're not really
Fuck no.
necessarily paying attention to what's
Fuck
really
no.
valuable in the
Fuck
audience.
no. Hell no. Because if that's what that is, you're a clout chaser. And you're always gonna be a clout chaser.
It's not about clout chasing.
That's clout
What
chasing.
I'm saying, when I say when you look,
you
put
are
it
the
this way,
dog fucking breeder. You breed the
regardless
dogs
of what you
to
being
your
a dog
standard.
breeder, you can't sell a damn dog to somebody who don't want to buy it, and they will determine what trait
that dog ain't for them
buy
then.
it, right?
You
If they
think
don't
I'm gonna change
buy a
up what the
dog
fuck I'm
with
doing
certain
because this
traits,
dude want a
they
dog
not
with a
gonna
merle
buy it.
tail? Fuck him and that
There's
merle
no way
tail.
in the world. There's no way in the world you can sell a dog to somebody who does not value what you're selling. It's
Hey,
impossible.
check this out, right? I would say
You
this.
can't sell a dog to someone who does not value what you're selling. You have to take into account what
I'm
their
gonna say
value
this.
is.
Fuck no.
Absolutely.
The value of your dog comes
Absolutely.
off of you,
You'll
man.
never be successful if you don't.
Who?
That's like a writer trying to tell a story, and
Fuck
he's
no.
not
That's
taking
straight
into
cap
account
right now.
who his audience is. You have to take into account your audience. If you don't, then you're not really you're not in business. You're in narcissism.
Nah,
You got
not
to
at
in
all,
your
man.
own
No, not at
world.
all.
And
No,
not
not
even
at all.
really
Because you want to know what? I'm gonna show you something.
understanding.
Hey,
You're not
Cracker
even
never changed his
understanding
program.
what people value.
Mark McKenna never changed his program. Art never changed his program. Benji never changed his program. Fucking Linda never changed hers. Fucking
Wait a minute. I ain't say you have to change
Pit House
nothing.
Pits never
I
changed
said you
theirs.
have to take into account what people value. And I'm pretty sure when they started what they started, or they did what they did, they were definitely taking into account the value of those dogs as they needed them and as the public needed them.
No, them dudes is breeding for what they wanted to create. They see this is what y'all are missing.
You gonna tell me there was no demand for big red dogs in South Florida, bro?
This is the mistake.
There was
that
no
people,
demand for big red hog hunting dogs in South Florida.
Huh?
Was there a demand for big red hog hunting dogs in South Florida?
There was the demand for Duke dogs in Florida.
All right then.
There was a demand for tankster dogs in Florida.
Right.
There was a demand
so
for
people found value and they asked for more of that. And that
I'll
value
say
is
this.
provided to them.
You think
That's the way market works,
Jeff Venison
we talking simple
changed
market
up his
dynamics.
program for anybody?
Bro, we talking market dynamics.
Fuck the market. That's clout chasing.
That's not clout chasing at
That's
all.
clout chasing.
If you in the business, you in the business. At the end of the day, if you are in the business, you have to respect what
Richie, tell him again, bro. You breathe for yourself, and I breathe for myself. And if somebody like what I got, they can buy it, and that's just what it is. That's just what it is. I'm not. I got people hit me up every fucking day.
But if they find no value in what you're selling,
every fucking day, I got people hit me up every day asking me. I can screenshot you these shits, message after message after message. Hey, when are you gonna do this? When are you gonna do that? Hey, bro, I'm not a breeder anymore. I'm a collector. I'm into preservation now. Just like I told you. I'm not a breeder no more. Like, I'm into preservation.
That's
if
beautiful.
I
That
don't
makes sense.
start collecting and preserving stuff, there'll never be all this watered down shit now. All these new dudes trying to put fucking Merles in the Chevy dogs and then claim they Camelot dogs and all this shit here. I mean, just look at Adam Cheesem. This dude's been all over the fucking world. He was a Florida fucking he he was a exactly Richie. Now now that's my homeboy. Barbecue, got drunk together, all kind of shit. And at the end of the day, we won't give a fuck, dog. I'm gonna tell you this here. If I do a breeding ray and I get what I want out that motherfucking breeding, I'll give them dogs to people who I know gonna give the dog a good life. Fuck selling that dog. Fuck selling them puppies. I'm gonna get what I need from it.
Because we said something about that earlier. Go ahead.
I'm gonna get what I need from it and place them with good people. I don't care if they cut the nuts, they get them fixed. I just want to see, man. I got a fucking a long album of on Facebook. I have very happy clients, bro. Very happy. I still get up to date pictures of my dogs.
Because people find value in the dog, bro. People find value. Those dogs have something.
You know what they found value in? The dog became family members. The dogs were suitable. The dogs were stable.
You have to understand
they didn't have to worry about these dogs attacking them or their kids.
What you have to offer, you're not gonna have that long list. It is because they find value in what you have to offer. I'm not saying you have to change anything.
That might be their value.
You do have to provide value to the customer. That's point blank. There's no
Brando Life, you feel me? Brando Life, do you feel me? and Richie and Richie saying some real shit. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. And this, this is remember I told you I was all over the place. I was all over. Hey, see, I'm a real one. I keep it real. I was all over the place. I was fucking with these dogs. I was fucking with those dogs. And then I was like, damn, I don't like how this turning out. This here, it's all right. But when I took this particular blood back to this particular blood, it didn't accommodate each other. It made average dogs. And I was like, oh, fuck no. You get what you see what I'm saying, Ray? I went from having really nice stock. I went to producing really nice stock to producing average dogs, and I was like, nah, fuck no. You see what I'm saying? So I have to stick with the recipe and the dogs that I like. If nobody and their mama buy a dog from me, I would not care the remainder of my life. It's only one person that I give a flying fuck about ever using my stuff. And he already know who he is. And I ain't even got to say nothing to him. You know what I'm saying? Now,
we were having a conversation earlier, and I was saying something similar to that. Like, at the end of the day, I'm really like somebody was asking for pups. Like, how could they get a pup? And I directed them to the Red Icon breeding, with the Gator dog, because me personally, I'm really not trying to sell a whole lot of pups right now. If I let 2 or 3 go from a litter of about 6 or 7, that would be a lot for me to be doing.
But I'm gonna tell you, something though.
What I'm saying, bro.
You wrong for that.
Give you a shot.
You wrong for that.
So the reason I said that is because I'm trying to see what these dogs produce. I'm trying to see what they turn out like. I'm trying to see what I want to continue to have associated with my name, right? So it's not always a thing about, me just being about me, right? Like, if I believe there's actually a better breeding on the ground, then I'm going to point somebody in that direction. And I firmly believe that Red Icon breeding is an iconic breeding. I don't believe there's a whole lot of, when you just follow the pattern of breeding and the way they set that breeding up, there's no question that is masterful. It's artful. You understand? So when a person asks me for a pup, I would rather send a pup to a working camp where I know, like, I would send a pup for free down south to somebody hunting hogs tell me how my dog do because I don't hunt dogs up here. You understand? That I'd gladly do that before I sell a dog to somebody who really doesn't have value. You know what I mean? If they don't see the value, then there's no
Ray,
reason.
how long you been selling dogs? How long you been breeding? Like, let's get. How long you been breeding dogs?
I did my first breeding in 2006.
Okay, and since then, how many litters have you had?
Maybe three.
How many?
Maybe three.
Maybe three breeds. Okay, cool. I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, where you was wrong at is,
Right.
sending somebody the red icon, he gonna shut them down because
What?
I know Clint, because the type. Okay, this say for instance the double bred gator, right? That's not meant for everybody, bro.
I think it was more of a hoop though. That
Do
was
you
a,
see the concentration?
Bro, at the end of the day, the brother advertised it publicly on social media.
Right.
I was browsing. That's how I found it.
Hey,
So when somebody asked me, "Do you have pups on the ground?" I'm saying I don't have the best Camelot dogs right now. I believe there's a better breeding on the ground. That's all.
I was
It's not
doing a
hard.
lookout.
It's not hard at all.
hey, and I hear you, but like I said, bro, you know you I don't think you get it, dog. Like that's brute stock. Them aren't for like novice people
Then
at all.
But so at the end of the day, I don't know enough about anybody's situation to say they don't deserve this dog, right? Like
A conversation.
Who am I?
A conversation.
They simply
Speak a
asked
lot.
for information, right? And I provided information to the best of my knowledge. That's my job, bro.
You're right.
That's my job, to provide information to the best of my knowledge. If you
Okay,
ask
but
me
check this
for a
out.
pup, I have to tell you that there are other breeders out there who have been doing this longer than me, and they definitely have pups on the ground right now. That man, they got me sitting here twitching. So yeah, I would recommend those breeders all day.
Good. Now, when people
Red
ask
Icon is definitely one of them.
people personally ask you about a dog, they're looking out for the structure and what you're doing with your dogs. Your dogs look good. You have big, thick, you have big boned, nice, healthy looking dogs over there. Can't take that away from you. So when a person, just say for instance, goes to another breeder and they get something and it doesn't come back to the same quality or looks that your dog got, now they're like, damn, this ain't the type of stuff Ray got.
Well,
They're
see,
going
they
off
didn't
of what
ask
they see you with,
about
Ray.
an imperial pup. They
Yeah.
asked about where they could get a good cam dog, right? Right.
And then you got to ask them straight
The
up,
question
what do
was,
you mean by good cam?
where can I get a cam pup or something like that? So it's not specific to me. See, like you have to understand my position in this, Kilo. I don't do big eyes and little U's. The only big eye is in Imperial. You know what I mean? And that's because we capitalize the name of the company. Other than that, I don't do big eyes and little U's. If a person asks me for information that I have, I'm humble enough to give that information as it is. That's not hard for me. Like I do that every day. I would gladly give somebody information that lifts them up or improves their lives or improves their situation, in the hopes that, you know, in a how would I say, a reciprocal universe. When it's my turn,
Do you at least ask them like what are they looking for?
Listen, the question was posted here on the live chat.
Bando want to join in. So I mean, can he join in?
In order to get a fifth person in, somebody got to drop out. We got 4 in.
Somebody, I see the dog with the try. Which one is that?
That's what I'm looking for.
Yo.
Say that again.
Right? That's Philly right there. Now who's the other one?
This me, Rhodes. Oh shit, my shit tripping.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Bando. I guess you gotta wait a minute though. But
I'll jump out. Let him jump up.
yeah, because I wanna. I mean, All I'm saying is this, dog.
All right, so the band dog community still got representation. Go ahead, bro. Oh, but Bando say he good. Anyway, y'all figure it out. Both of y'all got the link. Make it happen. Let's
Probably not.
continue.
I love
Just
those.
a heads up, y'all. It's 1:45, so about midnight we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up because this is going 5 hours strong, man. Y'all good, man. Y'all better in the box than I am, damn it.
Hey, I ain't gonna. Yeah. Hey, Bando, send that link to Bando right quick so I get 12 minutes with him. I want to hear what he got to say.
Hey, yo, Bando, the link is gonna be in the chat.
There you go, Bando. Click on.
Uh-oh. My dude Trent in the building. What's good, family? Huh? Pump 17. What's good, bro?
Yo, Pump.
So, like, even down to the I actually did I'm in the process of doing a little video piece on that red icon breeding just because of the way that broke down. That was really the whole inspiration for this live. You know what I mean? Because at what point does breeding really become an art? You telling me that breeding is so exclusive that it shouldn't be offered to the public, basically, is what you say.
Right.
No, no. I didn't say that at all. I said that's not for everybody. See, you got people that want these Camelot dogs. You got to remember that's a Camelot Peterson breed, right? There ain't no blue blood in that. So that's truly an old family red with a little thickness on it. That ain't meant for everybody.
Hello?
Like, if a dude's that's Bando.
Yay!
Bando in the building.
Once again, tap right back in. Got some weed. What's good?
Okay, so Bando, what you were saying?
Excuse me?
The what?
Richie Poe says what he's saying is that breeding is meant to go to people who have an established program to preserve and continue that blood.
Exactly.
So why do
I mean, thank you, Richie. I mean, there you go. I guess I'm just too ghetto for them to understand what I'm saying. And we all, but
why didn't people post it though?
Hey, he's just showing you what he got going on.
But they for sale though, right?
Yeah, to the right person.
So wouldn't that be? I'd be thinking that too. Like, wouldn't that be more so for like I don't know, maybe underground?
How about this?
Listen,
a person.
You see, it's only but so many pups up here, right?
I'm gonna show you some.
Can you imagine, like,
Philly?
Those pups ain't gonna last at all. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the general public will probably never even really get a chance to get a hand on them dogs because there's only but so many of them as it is.
Right.
And those who know is gonna look and they're gonna be like, "Let me get that right here, right now."
And if they're not,
you understand?
But
especially after they see the
but
boom,
if they're not really
dog
into dogs like that and they don't know what that is, they're not gonna cut their check.
Right, right. They're not worried about it. They're not impressed by none of that.
Right.
You understand?
You
actually read the pedigree and then you see the dog.
Well, don't
you
forget.
Sit back saying, "What? You know,
there's a lot of guys that can't read a pedigree. They've been breeding dogs for a long time when you talk to them. So, well,
they're gonna be talking to the breeder. You understand? They got to contact the breeder in order to do this. So, if they still don't know nothing about pedigrees, then that's a conversation between them and the breeder.
I'm gonna say this. Then I'm gonna leave it as that. If somebody hits me up, like, okay, today, a white guy on Instagram hit me up. He's like, "Hey, I've been following you, whatever. When are you doing any type of Camelot breeds?" So I asked him straight up, "What's the purpose of you grabbing a Camelot dog?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, I just like the blood. I've been interested in the blood for about 2-3 years. You know what I'm saying? And I like the pictures. I see this, that, and third." So I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." I directed him to somebody who has some Camelot blood that I think would be a great startup for a person like that.
Well, can I ask why?
Right.
All right, check it out.
Because
Yeah,
it
hell
don't
yeah.
have that much
Yeah, you can
spunk
ask
to
why.
it.
Huh?
It don't have that much spunk to it, huh?
No, it's not that. But you got to remember, check this out. If you look at those pedigrees, right? Majority of the stuff in those breedings come from frozen semen. This is what people don't know. So you're getting back a lot of stuff that could have been called out. You're getting back all that old school throwback stuff that some people liked and some people loved. It's like I say, it's not meant for everybody. You know, I mean, if you want to be
But
truth be
doesn't that go
told,
with any breeding you do?
not really, bro, because you got people. Nah, hell no, fuck no. You got people that's been culling out that bullshit for years.
Yeah, I understand, but a calling process has to do with just breeding, period. If you
The
have
who?
some type of standard.
I mean, if that's your philosophy, then my nigga salute. But
No,
I mean,
I'm
if
not. I
if you
haven't
want
called
to
a
know,
pup, but I'm just saying, like,
at the end of the day,
like if you're trying to build on your breeding program, I'm pretty sure
at
every
the end of
pup
the
is not
day,
gonna make the cut.
I own Gator. Gator's my dog. Do
Right.
you see? Do you see me? Do you see me throwing shit around with him? No, that shit ain't for everybody.
Right.
And I know it because I know why certain dogs is put in certain programs to mild stuff out. So for me to be like, okay, just think about it. For me to be like, okay, yeah, I got these, this, that, and the third. I'm gonna calm it down and get what I need off of it, structure, temperament wise, this, that, and the third, and say, okay, this is what I want to represent that line.
Okay.
Not saying that it won't create when it's bred to other stuff, complete idiots. But this is
Can I ask you at what age do you start? I know. Well, you're gonna say from day one, but like once the dog is like at a certain age, when do you start like really like put your attention to that dog?
Oh, I started putting my attention to him, man, at 4 weeks. I mean, let's
I know at day one. I know.
about 4 weeks old. You know, a dog. See that, and that's another thing that y'all. That's another thing that the newer breeders need to realize. A dog might not look like much as a pup, but it's showing all the attributes of the blood. That's the one I'm gonna keep.
It's a
Because
reflection on what you
long as
speak
I give
about.
that dog good dog food and water, he gonna grow into what I want.
Yeah, we spoke. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
And that's the truth.
That shit do make sense. And I'm just getting.
If you get a dog and you got a dog and it's the runt, whatever, but it's showing you everything that you expected to come from that breeding, it's showing you that at 4 weeks old, that dog's going that dog's being cuffed. Clean.
That's true. That's what a lot of people look for. They don't look about the color, the size.
But see, you right and you wrong, because now everybody said, man, you go, man, I can bet you whatever amount of money you want to bet. You go to somebody and say, oh, you get
I meant
first
to say
pick
old
litter.
school guys. Old school, I meant to say.
You got dudes who will say, oh, I get a first pick litter. I get first pick. You're gonna have a dude jump his ass in there and grab. You gonna have a dude was blocked. I don't know what the fuck happened there. You have a dude that's gonna jump in there and grab the biggest puppy. He get that puppy home, and that puppy dumb as shit.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
What certain tests do you put your pups? You said at 4 weeks. Like what do you do at what certain scenarios do you put your puppies in?
Oh yeah.
So you can see the certain traits you want to see and expect at
I
a
know
4
exactly
week
he
old.
gonna go with this.
Okay, so cool.
Because
Now,
I got my own little shit too, so that's what I'm
yeah.
learning too.
And every dog man should.
Yeah.
Now, it all comes down on the setting of the upbringing. Now, if I got one that I'm gonna make an inside dog a pet, it's gonna have to be stable.
I think every dog need to be stable.
It gotta be stable. It gotta be able to calm down. You see what I'm saying?
I think every dog need to have that.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, but see, I mean,
That's a good stable, functionable type dog that's good with kids.
Yeah, but what I mean
Your
stable
baby
is,
head
but
in the dog bowl, all that shit.
there's different types of being stable. You got dudes who got fucking kids. I gotta watch how the pup interact with kids. If it's overexcited, if it's really into biting them, you know what I mean? Uh,
Uh-huh.
how it responds to different noises. See a dog like that, I'll let his prey drive cut on his own.
All right,
When
how do you let the prey drive turn up on his own?
oh, you just you keep a dog in a non-competitive you keep the dog in a non-competitive environment with other animals.
Okay. Really? Okay. Because this is what I do. What I do at 4 weeks, people may say, "Oh, that's inhumane." I don't give a shit. This is my tactic, and it works. At 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks, no cap, I'll get an 8-pound rabbit, and what I would do.
Oh, I've said that before myself on here. That now we talking about the outside dog. We ain't talking about the inside dog.
No, I'm talking about both. Like what I do, my dogs, like my certain buyers that bought dogs from me, they just have a dog that come home, it comes meet you in the front door. It's just an average house dog, but this is just what I have to do for my own little assessments before I sell these puppies out. And I just throw a rabbit up in there, and I see what all the puppies as a pack, what are they gonna do? And their instincts at 4 weeks old, they say,
Exactly,
fuck
Lord Bones.
this. It's not a part of the pack. Put my mouth on it and shake it. And they all do it naturally. So I think that's how I kind of tap into their prey drive at 4 weeks. That's my little trick.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we got
Okay.
And they eat it
we
too.
got something similar to that. We got
And they
something
eat it.
similar to that.
All right,
That's nice.
drop that jewel, Kilo, and then we're gonna let it go right there because it's midnight and I definitely gotta ride out. But it's been real. I love this. Go ahead, Kilo.
You know what I'm saying? We got. I mean, I've spoken and I've shown Philly some things. I've shown a couple people some things and other people of how we get things going. But like Lord Bones just said, your first pick might not be my first pick. See, it's
Right,
like,
right.
and this is where it comes
Right.
down to, and this is where it comes down to, y'all. And then we're gonna end it like this here. The most common mistake in picking dogs, most always want to pick the biggest pup. Hey, Rich, you already know it's a high five on that one. But I'm gonna say this though. See, this why they
I want
call
the
me.
most
This
funkiest
why
pup.
they call me the Cajun style asshole.
I fuck with it.
If you don't understand the pedigree and where your stuff came from, you'll never know where you're going.
Right.
Because there's certain things in there. You got to remember, we are way more advanced now on handling dogs, training dogs, than they were 20, 30 years ago. Let's be real.
Right.
Back in them days, they just had a big old dog on a chain, put a big 5-gallon bucket of water over there, they go over and feed it. Every time they take the son bitch off the chain, he was fucking something and put it back on. To them, it was cool for a dog to make all that goddamn noise. That was a sales pitch. Now, we're in a more civilized world. You can't have dogs barking all motherfucking day and night. That shit ain't cool.
Right.
So you gotta have, you gotta pick what you pick for what best represents you. And Band Dog, man, hey, I'm proud of what you doing. I got a couple dudes that fuck with the Band Dog stuff, and I salute them. But see, the reason I salute them, I'm gonna tell y'all why I salute them. They got purpose for them. See, they create man stoppers. These dudes are creating the ultimate security dogs. So they breeding this and they're breeding that, and they're training these dogs and they're selling them to people. And you know what? You can't complain about that. They're not on there talking about, oh, the dog. You don't see these dudes fucking coming up, oh, my dog weigh 160 pounds. No, these dogs weigh 120 pounds, but agile, they're trained, obedient, protection, and that's just what they do. And this is something they do now. Some of the things in their pedigree, I'd be like, damn, you put that in there, but hey, it's working for them. You know what I mean?
Each his own.
Every time this person has a litter, they're sold, and it comes with basic obedience and hot barking nuisance audience. Exactly. So you got to remember back in the day, all these different people didn't have all that shit. Now, fucking animal control come out because exactly barking nuisance. You know, and then average person these days who listening to this today or tomorrow, half you motherfuckers ain't even got your shot records up. I can go in the house right now and pull out 6, 7 fucking rabies tags, and that's big in Palm Beach County where I'm at.
Yeah,
I'm just being honest. But so nigga
you
want
gotta
to
learn from everybody. I swear to God, if you want to grow, all you gotta do is log on to YouTube and you can learn from a motherfucker. I swear to God.
I mean, exactly. So I don't wanna make Ray feel like I'm coming off as an asshole. But hey,
Now
Ray,
it's good to be like that.
no,
It's
but no,
good because the
but I'm
real's
gonna
gonna
say this.
respect it and the suckers is gonna hate
I
it.
don't never want you to feel like I'm coming off an asshole because you know what?
I like it.
I respect what you're doing.
I like
Kilo,
it.
if you an asshole, be an asshole. I don't mind that. You understand?
No.
The only thing is, as long as what you bring into this channel is insightful, valuable, I wouldn't give a fuck if we disagree all day long. I wouldn't give
We
a fuck
gotta
if
agree to disagree
on this channel, so long as people get educated and they get a level up. That's what we here for, baby.
Yep.
You
like
know what I mean?
Legos, build that shit up.
Ever take me the wrong way? Because sometimes
you know what?
I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna be like, yo, Kilo, at the end of the day, I don't think you're thinking that shit through.
Hey, you know what, Ray? You make a motherfucking date, me and you. Hey, make a date this time this week. You gonna have an exclusive interview, and I'm gonna go ahead and give it to your ass. And I won't. Hey, I'm gonna give it to your ass.
Listen,
and I'm gonna explain to you.
You've been promising me some bullshit
No,
for a minute. But
no, we gonna get it in. We gonna make.
I don't think
Tuesday.
you know something about me. I don't think you know something about. I'm gonna wait till you bark, and we gonna see what happens. Yo, I love all y'all, man. Peace to all the panel participants tonight. Y'all definitely make it what it is. I love the shit out y'all, man. Let's do it again next week.
Yeah, I'm gone.